Welcome everyone to another sunlit Sharjah Stadium for the second ODI between Pakistan and the West Indies in the Hire presents Brighter Paint Cup 2016. Very important game today. Pakistan have won the first encounter and can close out the series today as it can. They won the toss, elected to bat first again.
Yeah, nothing different. No changes in the team, and they'll want a repeat performance of that first one-day game.
The West Indies have one enforced change. Shannon Gabriel, the big burly pacer, has suffered an injury, and Alzari Joseph, a young Antiguan, has come in for his one-day international debut. He's already played the test matches, and his countryman, Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards, our co-commentator as well, will present Alzari with his one-day cap. Proud moment for a young man making his way in the game. And this will be an experience for him at this ground. I'm not sure, Bassett, if we'll have as big a crowd today, being Sunday, as we had for the first game.
Yes, and it's still very hot, and the fielding again will be troublesome. The conditions more than anything else will bother West Indies. The heat and the pitch with not a lot of life. They had a dream start in that first one day when they got a wicket on the very first delivery, but nothing much else went well for them. Dynamic left-hander Sharjah Khan, strike it big all the time. Nazar Ali, captain, didn't get any runs previous game, has a good average though. One-day cricket, just needs to get runs to give him that confidence to lead the side. But Pakistan on a roll. And captain himself with the new ball, Jason Holder. He'll want to kick-start this innings. They need wickets up front. They need something to lift them. S. Ravi. So both captains ready. The traditional issues with the side screen, but captain to captain then.
No Shannon Gabriel today because of that neck complaint. Nazar Ali lasted one ball on Friday. And in
all this tour, they've not competed at all. They've sort of looked a little disinterested. They need something to fire, need a couple of wickets up front, need the debutant to get them off to a great start, something just to lift them.
It was an easy single. That was almost 1.5, but miscommunication between the two batters.
Azhar Ali will be desperate to get off the mark, get his first runs off the series. But Sharjah, as you would expect, not very keen to sprint down.
You talk about inspiration, and sort of thought that maybe this on Friday, this first ball wicket might have lifted the West Indies for prolonged periods. I thought that could have been such a critical moment to provide energy. Maybe it did for a little while. And then the Kyron Pollard catch as well. I thought that might have been a little catalyst. So they need prolonged periods. Shannon Gabriel not playing today.
Would have liked both Gabriel and Joseph bowling in tandem, because apparently both have got pace, so Bit of a surprise that Gabriel was left out. S. Ravi in his 27th ODI. And Sharjah.
Pakistan's first run, one without loss. Pakistan with the same lineup that played in the first ODI. The West Indies, one change, an in-force change, as Shannon Gabriel, who woke up with a stiff neck, a neck complaint, is replaced by Alzari Joseph, one-day international debut. Made his test debut a few weeks ago against India in St. Lucia. He's only played one list day game before. On spot straight away. And I like the length that I'm seeing from Holder and from Alzari so far. He was a star of the Under-19 World Cup, was instrumental in the West Indies win in that Under-19 World Cup in Bangladesh back in February. Bowled with hostility and pace for an Under-19 player, along with Shamar Holder. I thought their new ball combination was critical. Wide.
And on this slow Sharjah pitch, you need bowlers to sort of hit the deck rather than float it up. Because once you float it up, it becomes so easy for the batsman to hit through the line. You need to really hit the deck to get maybe the ball to come off differently with different balls.
And just take away the drive, I think, unless the ball is swinging or reversing like Wasim and Waqar. That's a decent length, a little bit of shape. Just throw my mind back, Bassett, and I remember back in 19, when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I think it was 89 or 91 when I was coming to play here as a 20-year-old. Remember envisioning playing against India, and I was trying to work out what sort of lengths I'd be bowling to Ravi Shastri in particular, and just thought for days on end, I'm going to run in hard and hit back of a length to Ravi. Ravi was a good driver of the ball, maybe not a strong puller, and just bowl back of a length to him. Because there wasn't much swing after a couple of overs here, and I think in the main, West Indies have to think about that as well. I thought they were too full to Sharjah, who played beautiful on Friday.
Yeah, need to hit the deck, but remember that Azhar Ali is a good driver of the ball, Sharjeel good off the back foot. But because the pitch is slow, I don't think that back of the length you can really hit through the line.
Another. Balls. Young, wiry, young kid. So this will be an experience for him. I tell you what, the first time I played here, it was an experience for me as well. I thought in the first ODI, when I look at those yellow balls, the pulsing yellow ones are the boundary balls, Bassett, and they're either too full, or when it was back of a length, it was going across and wide of off stump. But whenever they hit in the good length area, it was a dot ball, a good length on off stump. I think is some way they have to go to there as an option. Like there, that's not bad. It might run away for 4, but that was a good delivery. 7 without loss.
Just down the leg side, maybe trying to bowl closer to the stumps, but it's gone down the leg side. Ramdin had no chance, dropped in front of him, and second boundary of the day. Talking about lengths to bowl to Sharjah, probably the perfect length, the in-between length, just stays back. Not a lot of bounce in the wicket, that's what saved him.
Jason Holder would want to see. That is a good delivery. That length is, it's impossible for any bowler to be so metronomic that they can do that 60 times in a 10 over spell, but in and around there as much as possible. The other thing with Sharjah is that he played so beautifully the other day. That's the, you see, that's the width that he's been given, width and length. He plays the pull shot as well, so if you're too short, he can play the pull shot if the ball stands up. So he's a real head scratcher when he's driving the ball well. So it makes the bowling having to be more precise with a deep square leg in place and a third man. That's well played.
But I like this from Holder. It just seems that he's putting a little more effort. Last bowler, 131 kph, so maybe he's hitting the wicket harder as well. So straight away from the start, there's a little bit of intensity from the captain.
It's a good point you make. And that's a little floaty one that he has to get rid of. Not only is it a little floaty half volley, but it's on leg stump. And I say it's a good point you make because I think Jason Holder himself and his coaches are still trying to work out technically why is it that this delivery comes out. It's not intentional. Why is there not the dynamism, the velocity often enough in his deliveries? Why is it incremental? 129, 135, 131, that variation in pace. Scores on both sides of the wicket. Sharjah, and he can pepper that leg side so well. Over the top, too much width given, and it plugs in the outfield. It's slowish on some parts here.
Wasn't in control, but just goes over the infield. Sliced it a bit, the bat turning in his hand. Just shows you how comfortable he is hitting through the onside rather than the offside.
Hasn't middled that one, but he's hit it well enough for four. Took it from outside off.
The leg side is his region. And he stays with the shot longer when he's hitting on the leg side, and he didn't get all of it, but got enough. A lot of bottom hand in it, and gets a boundary. So Sharjah off and running.
Not quite a half volley, but maybe just a touch too close to him. Long on has pushed back now. So with the two men deep outside the circle are deep backward square and long on, wide long on. Too close to him in length, but beautifully played. He is expanding his range. First 6 of the game, 29 without loss.
Sharjah Khan 17 of just 6, and Pakistan almost at 10 and over. Sharjah looking in ominous form, and that last delivery of the previous over pitched up to him, and he's just gone with it through the line, right in the middle, and it went flat and all the way. Power hitting with a stable base.
Has the absolute key, your last phrase. Your phrase about stable base. He kept his shape, if you were to use modern cricketing parlance. He didn't try to overhit the ball. And he had me scratching my head. I was just speaking to one or two West Indians, and they were also impressed, I suppose is the kindest word, by his offside play the other day. They didn't expect him to drive the ball through the offside as well as he did. And that is a good sign for Sharjah, that he's learning and improving all the time. And I always sit as a commentator and think, how will I bowl to this guy? After one game, do I need to change my plans? And he sent me scattering back to my room for 2 nights thinking, how do we adjust the way we bowl to him? It's a good sign for Pakistan cricket and his coaching staff. And that's where he scored in the first ODI. 20 foul through mid-off, 28 through extra cover and cover. And usually a lot of it is through mid-wicket backward square.
And he helps Azhar Ali in that way as well, because he's ultra attacking and gets the team off to a flyer more often than not. Azhar Ali can take his time. He's not the kind of player who'll come out and start scoring from the word go, so he can actually sit in for a little while and then build his innings. So it's a good little combination that is forming for Pakistan.
He's made that shot very popular. I wonder if the West Indies can go to spin early against him. Suleiman Ben got him out the other day. Narayan wasn't as effective in the few deliveries at him, but could be another option.
Eight matches, 15 sixes, so he can hit them with ease.
Back of a length. Zari Joseph, 34 without loss.
Pakistan need an opening batsman who's dynamic. And see, most of the top order bowler batsmen get a lot of sixes, and Sharjah's doing that now.
Bassett talked about the comparisons. One of the comparisons where Pakistan in that first ODI did so well was the length they bowled, the seamers bowled in the power play. First 10 overs in yellow, and you can see how many good length deliveries, 61% and 31% back of a length, whereas the West Indies were also in the good length, but so much fuller, 36, 39% full when the ball wasn't swinging. Pakistan only 8% in that full area. So the length was better in the power play from Pakistan.
And because of playing in these conditions, they've found the exactly correct length to bowl, and you see how the cluster that they've got is much better than the West Indies. There's not a lot of variation there. Yes, a couple of short balls, but other than that, they've just kept on hitting that back of a length.
This is where he's so strong. You don't want to go full to Sharjah, but if you pull the length back too much and it's too straight, he plays this pull shot so well.
Picks up the length so quickly. Yes, it was a short one, but he was in position in a flash. Couple of hits down the ground, and the bowler just bowls a touch shorter, and the swivel pull comes to the party.
This is where I think he could become such a good and dominant player in world cricket if he continues playing and driving the ball as well as he has. Because he pulls so much. You asked about Jason Holder. One of the things the studies of fast bowling have shown is that at front foot contact, as we talk about in bowling parlance, there must be a constant knee angle from front foot contact through release of the ball. With Jason Holder, at front foot contact, there is a continual flexing of the knee which absorbs some of the velocity of the release of the ball, and that's why his pace is inconsistent. And finishing his action because of that. Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up, yes! Thinking about a review.
Just maybe that ball coming back in. Azhar Ali reviews it. Looked pretty straight. Jason Holder just getting the ball to nip back in. Azhar Ali just playing across it. And it looked pretty straight. But the captain takes the review. Just nips back a touch. Misses the bat. Maybe the height, but looked extremely close. Watching it live, it looked dead straight away.
Well, for this to be overturned, the ball has to miss the stumps altogether. There's no bat involved. So it has to completely miss the stumps. It can't be nicking any part of the stumps, otherwise the decision will be upheld.
And Azhar Ali was on the move, so maybe he's beaten for pace a little. His front foot's not planted, it's still in the air, his heel is on the ground, so yes, it nipped back, but he's missed it by a long way.
Will be gone. 4 reds on our screen. Decision upheld. Pakistan's captain fields again. He goes for 9, 40 for 1.
Fresh off his 100, Babar Azam walks to the crease. Great start to his career and played beautifully in that 100. Paced his innings particularly well. But Azhar Ali, he's not had a great start to this series. Falling over, missing the line, and was plumb. Successful over from Holder, 40 for 1.
Zari. Taken easily. Probably one of the tallest men in the field, if not the tallest. Jason Holder at mid-on snatches it. First ODI wicket for Alzari Joseph.
Back of the length bowling, hit the deck hard. And he's done this to Holder before, but couldn't get all of it because it was on to him quicker. Holder takes a good catch. West Indies getting back-to-back wickets. And suddenly that good start disappears. Sharjah looked promising. He's out for 24. It's 40 for 2. Most experienced batsman in the Pakistan lineup walks in, Shoaib Malik. And Pakistan now, after that brisk start, have lost a couple of wickets. Alzari Joseph, he's got pace and hit the deck hard. Sharjah getting it on top of the bat, not in the middle, but the top part of the bat. That's why there was no power. That's good bowling and a decent catch. So West Indies back in this.
Excellent from Alzari Joseph. His length has been extremely good so far. He's got a little bit of aggression about him. I like that.
Shoaib Malik has had his issues with the bouncer, and they would know this. The West Indies played a lot in the CPL, a lot with these players, and they would exactly know where his weakness lies.
Well, Kyron Pollard knows Malik better than everyone. And he was in Malik's ear, Pollard, because he captains Malik in the Tridents in the CPL in the Caribbean, and he's covering them out and letting Malik know about his weaknesses.
Very important for West Indies now to capitalize on this pressure. It's first time in the series that they just look bubbly, they look as if they want this. And they need to prolong this period of pressure. You can see them, lots of chatter around, so suddenly they're believing that after those 2 wickets, they've got a chance. Impressive bowling by Joseph, lots of energy, hitting the deck hard. And he's just getting a little bit of shape too, so Malik making sure that Babar knows that it's shaping away from him.
Fastest ball 143. It's quick enough. It's a good line. Also thinking about Babar Azam, I found that, like every other batsman, but probably more so, his first few balls, saw him against Shannon Gabriel on Friday, never looked as though he was getting the feet moving behind the line of the ball. That lasted for a couple of overs and then he got into stride. But you want to probe that weakness, that reluctance early to cover that off stump. "43 for 2. Yeah, that's it. You can see where he's standing there. That's a perfect example of what I was talking about early in his innings. He stands on Midland leg, maybe middle stump at best, and then just the bat draws away from the body. He gets tighter as the innings goes on, but there is where you want to exploit early.
Very well spotted. He doesn't really go forward or back, so he's vulnerable around that off stump. But on this wicket, the length has to be perfect as well, because there'll be very little movement for the bowler, so he has to find the exact length to actually nick him off. A little shorter and it'll be easy to manage, a little fuller, and that'll be easy to manage as well. So right now, Holder has to get that precise length going.
I want Hawkeye to show us Alzarri Joseph's grouping. It might confirm what you're saying. Holder has bowled some in the right area and got a wicket, but I think as a collective, I want to see Alzarri's bowling. Holder has overpitched a few times. Yeah, you see, a lot of it is length or back of a length. He hasn't really gone full apart from once. So I think for a young guy coming in for his first game, that is tremendous ability in this phase of the game.
And Bish, when you talk about the great West Indian fast bowlers, they were all back of the length. Can't recall anyone sort of bowling fuller. So Joseph is in great company.
Well, most of us, or most of them. We used to get criticized for bowling too short, to be honest. We overdid it a bit at times. Great Malcolm Marshall, though, was a supreme, complete fast bowler. I think you've got to adjust based on the conditions. You won't want to go too full here too often unless the other occasion when the ball is swinging, or it's a death of the innings. Right of his screen there, he lived back of the length, but he also had a mean Yorker, the big bird Joel Garner. .43 for 2.
He's generally good in such situations, Shoaib Malik. 2 wickets down, need sane approach, a much better approach than what we saw from, especially from Sharjeel Khan. A wicket had gone down and bang, he hits the next one down the throat of the mid-on fielder. Just not on.
I don't think that was pretty clever thinking, because you would have just lost your captain. And I guess you got to sort of say, I'm the individual who's going to try and see it through. But West Indies, especially the start that Pakistan would have had, they have pulled it back somewhat. The more important thing, they would have taken 2 wickets. One of the individuals who would have hurt you before, he's back in the hatch. So the most important thing now for the Wind is for them to try and manage from here onwards exactly the total they'd like to chase.
In Sharjeel's case, you've got to put more value on your scalp. And the fact that you are in good form, why waste that form? I think it's important for him to understand and learn, and I'm sure he will learn. He's still young at this level. That you need to convert those good starts into something substantial. That's how you become a champion batsman. And this is a great track. It will not trouble you. You would want to bat against the new ball. And he had the opportunity and he got off to a good, decent start, 24 from just 12.
The things that I guess would be worrying for any coach is to know that you would have just lost your captain. Here we see Azari. This action, look at those eyes. It does tell the tale of exactly what a fast bowler's mentality is all about. Nice little follow through. And he would have been pretty happy with himself to have gotten the man who would have hurt West Indies before. But just coming back to Sharjeel, you know, you would have just lost that wicket. It is important for you to just see things off a little bit, just to work it around a little bit. But then to immediate ball from the next, I think it was the next over, really. And wow, that I think sometimes drives coaches and everyone who is in the backroom staff, drives them mad.
And there's a nasty little chart appearing for Sharjeel. We rave about his talent and his big hitting skills. He's His strike rate is the best this year. He's played 7 or 8 matches with a strike rate of 150. But here's that little graph that we want to just point out. He's getting out after getting starts. So many times dismissed between 10 and 30. 9 times.
And still have a, what is his strike rate? This is 150. End of the over, 45 for 2.
That's into the gap. Short and a bit wide, and Babar Azam has played a lovely, crispy cut shot.
Let's see the replay here. Got on top of the bunks. Brilliant shot. You would have heard Ian Bishop speaking a little earlier in terms of the foot movements. This time it wasn't much about the foot movement, but the hand movement. Wonderful hands, and paced the field. Magnificent shot. Here it is again. Got on top of the bunks and just did the rest. Wasn't all that bad a delivery from Jason Holder. Maybe just a titch wide.
I hope this is not sounding like a lecture, but on a pitch like this, I think you've got to be careful because you're not being challenged at all by the bowler. So you've got to maintain focus. Make sure that you concentrate extremely hard because you feel, and rightly so, that you can play any shot on a track like this. So at times you can lose the concentration levels, and there are runs for the taking here.
Very well fielded by Carlos Bradway. But coming back to your conversation, there are times where you can just get a little bit overconfident, especially if you're in good nick, and just also coming off of 100. There are times where you feel that everything is possible, but the most important thing, it only takes one ball, one delivery, and one lapse of concentration can sometimes be your undoing.
It's the second miss on the trot. Be better off playing it off the back foot, I think, because the ball doesn't have a lot of pace. Couple have died on the batsman.
These are little deliveries, when you look at this delivery from Holder, that sometimes if it doesn't bounce to your liking, that little inside edge, chop on factor, that's always not the best way to go. This time was looking to flick it through the onside, took the inside edge. But West Indies got to maintain that they've got 2 Pakistani wickets. It is of vital importance, the management factor from now on, because they wouldn't want to be chasing again nowhere in the region of 300 or even 280 for that matter, especially with the form of the West Indian batsmen at present.
It's 50 for the loss of 2. 50 for the loss of 2. Well, West Indies have started off well. All they need to do, as Viv was just alluding to it, that they need to maintain this presence on the field by bottling up Pakistan. So one good way of doing that is by fielding well. I think there was an opportunity there to stop a run. Got to look more desperate because the start has been good. It must not have this innings a muddled middle. They need to just go through this effort as cleanly and as professionally as possible.
You would have heard so often that in situations like this, especially a team's not performing as well as they would have liked, you need all hands on deck. And in whatever the department, especially in the field as well, the support factor, the catching factor, every little run save is going to be of enormous boost. Because as I said, a team that's haven't played all that well so far, all those little vital stats are of vital importance.
And they've got to pride themselves in the field. I mean, there's rich history of great fielders coming out of the West Indian ranks. And just follow the legends, and that should inspire you.
Over the years, we are pretty talented individuals. The things that I think athletic folks as well, we should try and put that into practice, because over the years, as you would have said, West Indies have had some of the better fieldsmen in world cricket. One comes to mind, little Gus Logie, very nippy in the field. Roger Harper. Am I going to mention anymore? I don't think so.
Sir Vivian Richards. I mean, what a band of slip catchers also, Viv. I remember playing my first game against you guys at the, where was it, in Australia, at Melbourne. First slip, Clive Lloyd, Dujon's keeper. First slip, Clive Lloyd. Second slip, Viv Richards. Third slip was, I think, Roger Harper. Fourth slip was Haynes, and then Gordon Greenidge at Gully, and then Gus Logie at Shotley. What a spread.
The percentage, they were pretty good then, because of maybe our style, and in terms having those quicks and guys who did something with the ball, you wanted to make sure that you have guys in catching position most times. And you speak of those particular individuals in the slips. And Australia, in my opinion, give you a great opportunity in terms of seeing in that particular area the bunks of the tracks themselves as well. So it's always good in a sense. I didn't like it that much because I always felt that I should be in the outfield. I'm always that competitive. To me, it looks like when you're in the slips at times and nothing is coming, like you could go to bed at times or go to sleep. But it's just great to know that you could do it. Dropped short of the fine leg boundary at the end of that over, 54 for 2. 55, sorry, thank you.
Right then, power play done and dusted. 10 overs, 55 for 2. The other day there was 60 for 1, I think, after 10.
It's a vast improvement from what we see. Even 5 runs makes a huge difference.
Oh, he missed the ball in the background. I think he was pushing himself the wrong way, that fielder there at mid-wicket. Just a very soft beginning by Braithwaite. He's got to now pack a punch in this spell. make sure that the tidiness continues.
Yes, not the best start. I guess we would have had Johnson Charles at wide mid-wicket. Didn't quite pick that up as quickly as you would have liked. But Carlos got to come back now, because not the sort of stuff when you're at that pace, especially the start. You need to start a little bit more on the immaculate side. Didn't. But he's got a job to do now, to try and maintain the start they would have had, and to make sure that his economy rate is as good as anything else, because I guess last time out, I think he did suffer.
He picked up wickets, and courtesy, brilliance in the field. It was electric stuff from Pollard. Then another one biting the dust, slow ball, slow Yorker, in fact, dipping on the batsman. And then another one. Mohammad Nawaz getting holed out.
I guess that was towards the back end, especially when we had that lull, the problems that we had with the lights, that he was rather immaculate. I think towards the second spell, he was very, very good. He got some wickets as well, and I guess that would have done his confidence the world of good. Can't afford to have that sort of stuff going on in the outfield. Who is that? Johnson Charles again. Looked like he was washing his hands in some soap powder. Very slippery. I guess it's a day like this, because it's very steamy, it's hot.
Yeah.
You're going to have those sweaty palms. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the fielders in the field there. They're sweating already, in terms of like they would have been through the mill. It's a hot day.
61 for the loss of 2. There's certain batsmen in the circuit that you'd want to see and enjoy, and Babar Azam, well, is still young, and he's still trying to carve a name for himself, but he comes across as someone you'd like to see bat. Makes batting look easy, he's in control, the balance is good, and he's got an all-round game. He's good against spin, he's decent against pace.
You would have heard Bish mention a little earlier, and I think that was so well spotted, with the fact that when he first comes to the crease, there's a lack of movement in terms of the front foot. He sometimes just hang backs and wait a little. And I guess in future that you would have a fair idea what he does, and you'll try and keep that ball up a little bit more. Hopefully you can get him playing back enough where you can, if you can hit the pads, at least if you're straight enough, you do have a shout. But as he goes on, gradually you can see the confidence, it's exhumed, the feet, the movement of it's just about maybe spending time at the crease, because I think that happens to all batsmen. When you first come to the crease, there's a little thing about you. There's a lack of movement at times. But the longer he goes on, the better he looks, and the balance, as we spoke about so often.
What he's done well in this innings so far is rotated the strike quite cleverly and consistently. I think that was one area, maybe in the 100, where he lacked a bit of zip, especially when he was batting in his 60s. Can never downplay the importance of singles, because they give you a great platform, and it's a great setting up platform for any batsman. It releases the pressure, it unsettles the bowler, it just improves the strike rate, the scoring rate.
You hear so often, Ram, that you got to take care of the pennies. If you save the pennies, certainly it amounts to the dollars. So you're so correct in terms of the rotation factor. You should never ever turn down opportunities, especially. You got to be quite grateful for everything that's on offer.
Unless you're a genius like Sir Vivian, who didn't bother about rotating the strike. I don't know whether we have time. I think we have one more over after this as a commentating pair. I'll tell you a story of Viv. In fact, I'll share the dressing room admiration Pakistan had for Viv and the threat that he posed, especially to one called Imran Khan. 65 for 2. So guys, are you ready for this story? Now, I'm going to take you guys back to 1980-81, where West Indies had come and playing a series against Pakistan. And Viv was obviously in his prime. He was always in his prime, but he had that... He carried that fearful factor over the opposition. And what had happened is that, obviously, myself and Salim Malik weren't part of the squad. We just entered the under-19s. And this was at Lahore when we were asked to be part of the dressing room and act as runners, so making tea and coffee for some of the greats of the game. And there was plenty of talent in that Pakistan dressing room. And Imran was in his prime as well, and he was quick and all. And so Javed was the captain, and so he called in everybody for a team meeting because Pakistan had to go in and bowl. And so Javed says, Imi, and Imran says, yes. He says, when Viv comes on to bat, bowl him 2-3 bounces on the trot. So Imran Khan, I still distinctly remember, was tying his laces. And Imran turned back at Javed and said, are you mad? He'll hit me for a 6?
It is so funny hearing you say that, Ramesh, because I've always felt that the competition that we had from Pakistan, that you guys had no fear.
So listen to this. So what happened? I was the 12th man, so somebody had to come out. I think it was Sadiq Mohammed, who came out for a bit of treatment, and a wicket had gone down. And so I was walking in with Viv, and Imran was bowling, and so I was expecting this, whether he'll bowl him a bouncer or two. So first ball is a bouncer, and Viv goes on his typical front foot style and leaves that one. The second one is also a bouncer, and I'm standing at mid-off, and I'm watching this drama unfold. And the third ball, and Imran used to bowl that big banana in swing. He pitched it up, and Viv drove him between the legs, and I had to go about 90 yards to pick up the ball from the side screen. It's just magical stuff. This is pretty magical, is it? Yeah, gone all the way. Shoaib Malik breaks the shackles, and it's 72 for the loss of 2. Let's see whether he gets some purchase out of this track. how well is he prepared for this encounter, Sunil Narayan?
I remember over the years, you know, especially some of the stuff that you spoke about, that I've always felt and had a lot of respect for Imran. And I can remember once he bowled me a delivery and I stayed in my posture for quite some time and showed him maybe the maker's name and all that stuff in defense. And I remember he turned around and he looked at me and he said, "You love yourself, don't you?" And my reply to him at the time, "Imran, I've been watching you, why not?"
That's a nice shot. At least 2, if not more. I mean, we're talking about a great era here. I mean, I shouldn't be saying this. Obviously, cricket has progressed quite well. But 6 bouncers and over. And in walks Sir Vivian Richards without a helmet and redefining batting, because he introduced this front foot batting against fast bowling. I mean, that was just amazing stuff.
Well, you would hear the coaches speak over the years, Ram, about getting your weight forward. And I've always tried to execute as best as I can. But I will tell you this really, and I think maybe now that we are in the twilight zone and you may say in peacetime, that we've always felt playing against Pakistan, we had our stiffest competition. You guys were so competitive. You ran us close almost every time. And I will always say this, not just now because I'm here trying to suck up to you or anything, but...
You'll be the last person to do that, Viv.
But I can remember, these are the things I remember more clearly than anything else, that your team was always competitive. And I always used to hear, like, some of the guys would say words like to this effect, "Oh, we are Pathans, man. We are fighters, man." At the end of that particular over, 77 for 2.
Won't get the boundary, just the one real high-scoring over so far, and a run-out chance. Real mix-up there between Azam and Shoaib Malik. Turned without even recognizing his teammate Babar Azam. Just stood his ground at the non-striker's end.
Hello viewers, yeah, chance of run out here. He did not really think that this is 2 or 1. He thought this ball is going for a boundary. And Shoaib Malik, lucky, just turned around, looked at him at the very last second and saved himself. Malik once again looking for 2. Both of them are very, very good runner between the wickets, so shouldn't have had this problem. It's just that Babar was expecting that ball to go to the boundary. How good were those stories by Sir Vivian Richard and Ramiz Raja, eh? Enjoyed it, eh?
Well, I hate coming on now because there's no way we could match up to that type of entertainment.
That's what I was saying out in the commentary box. Nice hit. Use of the feet. Not the first time. This is the second time Shoaib Malik used his feet and cleared that mid-on fielder.
Well, whatever entertainment you won't get in the commentary box, you're getting it out in the middle from Shoaib Malik. Good use of the feet. Again, Carlos Brathwaite doesn't have the pace to trouble anybody. So there's no risk whatsoever in sauntering down the track.
Fazir, that's one reason, that's why I always say you should always have two quick bowlers in the team, at least who can bowl maybe 140, 140 plus. Because what you're seeing right now is Braithwaite, yes, he bowled okay at the moment, but he doesn't have that pace to threaten the batsman. If the batsman can really use his feet and look to hit you over the top, that means there's a problem. He cannot really go back. When someone hits you a six, you can't really go back and bowl the same sort of pace, same sort of delivery. Fast bowlers, faster bowlers, should I say, they will always go back and it will hurt them. It will think that, okay, I'm going to go and really bowl quickly and try to sort of rattle him a little bit. Threaten him is with the pace. With this pace, he doesn't have that in him, especially on this sort of surface. So that's where the West Indians are lacking.
Will be disappointed he didn't go either side of Alzarri Joseph. And of course, we're just speculating. I wonder if Shannon Gabriel was fit. He's been sidelined by a sore neck. Would the West Indies have actually played both Shannon Gabriel and Alzarri Joseph? Because Joseph making his one-day international debut. There's Gabriel. He's had his injury problems over the last 10 months or so. Been in and out of the West Indies team because of injury. But might be interesting to ponder if they were inclined to actually go with the two fast bowlers in the final 11. 87 for 2 after 15.
Pakistanis looked really good in the first 5 overs, scoring 40 runs in the first 5 and then losing 2 wickets in 2 deliveries or 3 deliveries. And then West Indies pulled it back a little bit. Yes. And things are just getting a little easier for them once again. Current run rate 5.74. It was at one stage it was touching 8 or 8 plus. You expect Narayan to bowl a good spell here. He should be able to block those, stop those singles which are leaking, which we saw in the last over. The couple of deliveries have been really good. He's a number 1 one-day bowler. So you expect him to pick up wickets as well as stop the flow of runs. Oh! Is it a pad first? I think he got a bat, a little bit edge onto the pad. Big inside edge. It's been a good over. 2 of the over is 89 for 2.
Pakistan choosing to bat first, 1-0 up in the series, and a good partnership developing here between Babar Azam and Shoaib Malik. 2 wickets going down.
Pakistan started well in the first 5 overs, and this is what happened after that. And the worst part on top of that was that Azhar Ali took the review with him, and this was a poor stroke. Straight after that, very next ball from the other end, Sharjah hitting it straight to the man, and that's when the West Indies pull things back. 16 overs gone, 89 for 2. Holder's bowling bowled quite nicely after picking up the first wicket, but was pretty poor in the beginning. Joseph, who's got his debut, this is his debut game, given away 20 runs, picked up a wicket also. So things have sort of started working for the West Indies. They need more wickets. They need wickets to keep things calm.
Received his one-day international cap from his compatriot, the gentleman who we've been praising for the longest while, having received it from the Honourable Sir Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards of Antigua Barbuda, and had to take some credit for that cap presentation. There's the presentation being made, and the reason I'll take credit for this particular ceremony is that the only reason he's out there is because I was able to beg the security to allow him to go through. He didn't have his accreditation, because you know it's all about important accreditation and security and all of that, and he forgot his accreditation. So on the way down, we couldn't even get through the door, and I actually had to beg on his behalf. So I'm actually honored that the great Sir Vivian Richards here in Sharjah, a ground which he's graced for so many years, he only got in because of me. Akuna Monuana nobody actually was the one who paved the way for the presentation.
Yeah, I was here in the commentary box. He came running back and he was looking for his accreditation. And he wasn't angry, he was laughing about it. So that was quite funny, actually. Ball's not really coming onto the bat. Yes, the bowlers are not that pacey. They don't really offer too much of a pace. But the ball's stopping a little bit. Played very nicely, Babar Azam in the previous game, scoring his first ODI 100. This partnership slowly developing. Can be a little bit worrying for the West Indians. In the gap.
Carrying that form from that 100 of a couple of days ago and bringing up the 50 partnership as well. At that pace, when it's short of a leg, actually it didn't even get up to knee high, even though he tried to bang it in. And was able to pick his spot wide of mid-on.
Well, it's very crucial to have a good length on this pitch. Anything a little bit slower, a little bit short, will be punished. And that's exactly what Babar did. Babar waited for the ball, the boundary he hit. Watch it. He gave himself a little bit extra time. He made sure that he middles the ball. There you go, once again, very, very slow. It was slower than what he normally bowls. 108 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, there it is. There's the confirmation. Had to put him in his place. Somehow I think I'll pay for that at some point. 17 overs gone, 96 for 2. Single on the run from Babar Azam. Narayan, we talked to him before the start of play about the challenges of that remodeled action. Hasn't enjoyed the sort of success that he would have previously.
Look, I don't think it's an easy job to sort of remodel your action all the way. I mean, what I'm hearing is what 80% of his action is changed. So it's never ever easy to get the same sort of result what you had earlier. Saeed Ajmal is another one who comes to my mind, who's been working really hard. He's playing in the domestic circuit, and he has also changed his action. Mohammad Hafiz is another one who's working on it. But there's always a room. You can always go back and get it clear and come back and play your cricket, carry on with your career. Tuscan is another one, Bangladeshi fast bowler who was being called, and he went back and worked on his action and got cleared, and he's playing right now.
Good work by Pollard. Although it's a much more convoluted process now, the entire system and the way it's done. A few years ago, 15, 20 years ago, if your action was questioned, you'd be unable to bowl almost immediately. Right up until the 1970s, 80s, if you were called. 99 for 2 after 18. Pakistan got up to 284 for 9 in 49 overs on a Friday. 49 overs because of the floodlight failure. Let's hope we don't have a repetition of that as Suleiman Ben comes on now, the left arm spinner.
Hundred up for Pakistan. Suleiman Ben has been around for a while. He's been in and out of the team a few times. 38 wickets he's taken. Handy bowler, doesn't really spin the ball that much, a great deal, but very consistent when you talk about the length hitting. That was pretty poor. That was there to be hit, and Shoaib Malik took full advantage of it. Big hit.
Yeah, poor delivery, especially from a finger spinner. And you would usually be on line and on target pretty early. Well, that was on target only in the middle of Shoaib's bat. And he could pick anywhere to deposit that one.
I think Shoaib Malik made up his mind before the ball was even delivered. It was a poor delivery, no doubt. It was a lot of flight, full toss, easy pickings there. That's better. That's very, very good. They're still appealing. That one bounced and spun very, very sharply. They're getting together. Are they going to review it? Maybe not.
Jason Holder is the man who's going to have to call for the review, and he's decided that they won't. It was just the one review that Pakistan have actually given up already. There's always the issue of the use of the reviews. Didn't seem to get too close.
Didn't pick the length, did he? That was a fuller length delivery, and he wasn't really expecting the ball to spin this one. that much. They went spun, bounced, everything in it for a left-arm spinner. Better off playing on the front foot.
Again, use of the feet, but this time Ben just getting it down in time into the block hold. 8 runs off his first over, 107 for 2. Pakistan continuing to progress nicely after the loss of wickets in consecutive overs. Partnership of 67 between Babar Azam and Shoaib Malik, and Craig Brathwaite comes on now. And I know for those who would not have been following his career, a few eyebrows will be raised to realize that he's got test innings figures of 6 for 23. Second test match in Sri Lanka, November of last year, 6 for 29 actually. It was on a raging turner at the SSC in Colombo, and Sri Lanka were actually looking for quick runs, and he just capitalized. Bowled a good line, good length, got it to turn, 6 for 29.
Well, that's what you need. If you can bowl nice and straight and in the right area, right. Reminds me of Carl Hooper a little bit when you talk about his action. Brathwaite very easy at the crease. Very similar. Yeah, definitely. Probably Carl Hooper was a bit more rhythmatic, but he'll get there. 20 gone is 110 for 2.
Continues to be bright and warm here in Sharjah, but I know many of the West Indian players will be thinking about what's happening in Jamaica, where they're being threatened by a hurricane, Hurricane Matthew. It's mid-morning on a Sunday in Jamaica and the Caribbean. Good use of the feet again. Through the clear sky, Shoaib Malik taking a liking to Sulaiman Ben.
Well, Shoaib Malik has made up his mind. Anything loose, anything flighted, I'm going to go after it. Once again, great use of feet. Moved away from the ball a little bit, got it right under his eyes, and thrown the bat at it. Watch that, that's beautiful. That's the right way to use your feet.
So often it's said, isn't it, Waqar? We've heard Viv talk about it as well. Once you get to the pitch of the ball, you're in control. Use your feet, good judgment. Of course, you can be beaten in the flight. You've got to be sensible about it, sensible in the running as well. Good calling there. He's back home in time. But if you use that sense of aggression wisely and get to the pitch of the ball, you can dictate the pace.
And he's shown it just now. I think that's what West Indians need to do when they come to bat, especially against Imad. Loud appeal. He was thinking that the ball has turned toward the stumps. Not sure if that has turned that much that it will go to the stumps. Seems like that. I was thinking that they might take the review. The question mark is, where did it pitch? Did it pitch in line? I think it pitched outside the line of the stumps. Well outside the stumps especially the leg stump.
He's keen to keep going after him, Shoaib Malik. But just the 1/6, one scoring shot off the over. 116 for 2 after 21.
Craig Brathwaite in the gap. A couple. Babar Azam at number 4 of the youngest Centurions here in Sharjah in ODIs. Shoaib Malik is the youngest so far, 20 years and 14 days against the West Indies in 2002. Important phase of the innings for both teams. The progress of Pakistan, it's very good since the loss of those 2 wickets. I'd like to ask our scorer, who's been sitting motionless for 21 overs, whether this is comparable to the first game here on Friday. It's not Ramiz. Ramiz is next to me.
So let me simplify that remark then, Bish, regarding our statistician. I mean, sitting motionless, obviously, it meant that he wasn't working. Not interested.
He's on strike when I'm on air. He says I keep sending him emails after midnight about cricket.
I hope so. That's beautifully managed through the offside. There's so much to like about this Babar Azam. His poise, his finish, his balance. And this has been a really classy innings because it has had everything so far. Boundaries, rotation of strike, managing pressure. 2 wickets had gone down and he had to rebuild and then make sure that the scoring chart didn't suffer. Outstanding. 40 from 51. It's 1-2-4 for 2.
Suleiman Ben. Here, our scorer has confirmed what I thought, in that at a similar stage after 22 overs on Friday night, on Friday, Pakistan were only 112 for 3. So their progress up to this point is better today. And the supporters have enjoyed this partnership of 85 between Babar Azam and Malik so far. That's in the gap as well. So runs are flowing here. Oh, sweet. It was so easily played. I never thought 4 initially.
Classy, pretty, beautifully struck. Knew exactly where the fielder was. Just the balance and pushing the ball cleverly with no fuss, risk-free batting. That's the kind of look the bowler is bound to get, because it was a pretty decent delivery. That's whacked into the fence.
I wonder if Jason Holder's mind is thinking now about maybe an option of a seamer. Beautiful cover drive. Just getting leg side and opening up the offside. What a talent we're seeing here in the embryonic stages of his career.
And all this class is because he's got a solid defense. Let's not forget that there's nothing rubbish about his technique. There's nothing to worry about regarding his technique. And in one-day cricket, it's so difficult for a young kid to not fall back on his good tight defense. There's this tendency, especially when you're playing here, to just go out there and have a blast if you're running in good form. But he's got his basics in good shape. That's the other good point about his batting. 130 for the loss of 2.
Brathwaite expensive. Suleiman Ben has not been as frugal so far as he was for 9 of his 10 overs the other night. A few West Indians in that crowd, and we've mentioned, I know one of the gentlemen, I'm not seeing him there, former manager of the West Indies cricket team, Omar Khan, is, yeah, just up to the top of the screen. Craig Brathwaite continues. Couple of runs. Yeah, there he is, left of the screen. Omar Khan, former manager of the West Indies cricket team. To his left is a gentleman whose sons have played representative cricket in the Caribbean. I think, though, I'd be thinking, Rami's right now about getting one of my seamers back. I'd probably go for young Alzarri Joseph as the fastest of this current lot on the field, to try to initiate a breakthrough if nothing happens in this over.
Yeah, just shake it up a little. Something different, because this is getting a little predictable, this bowling and kind of batting performance, because there's no surprise element left. Let's check them out with a bit of pace. Why not? I always felt that Pakistan could now expand their range, just experiment a little bit more against a side that is not giving them a lot of trouble. So best way to learn about hitting and rotation of strike and be relaxed is right now in a situation like this. No amount of practice simulation can help you become great. I think if you can find a place in a normal routine game of such an activity, I think you'd be a lot better and much richer in experience. And I think this series will and should provide with an excellent opportunity to up the tempo, do something that they've not done so far with regard to strike rate, with regard to scoring at different angles or hitting the ball differently. He's got another 50. And it's a classy one from Babar Azam. 6th ODI 50. And getting there with a lot of ease and calmness and showing a fair bit of class. 137 for 2.
Suleiman Ben continues. Bit of turn, bit of turn. So often, every so often I should say, and he's got the pace right and the length right, we've seen the ball grip. Something that Nawaz will be thinking about for later, but another proud moment for young Babar Azam. 6 half centuries in addition to 1 century, which he scored on Friday.
En route to becoming a very fine player for Pakistan. I think in this day and age where you play so many international games, your lifespan is decreasing. But with Babar Azam, you can safely say that he could be in for more than 5 to 7 years to serve Pakistan, even more. He's got that kind of quality. Only 21 years old, and if he concentrates and knows his job, which is to score runs and not worry about anything else, I think he may just continue to prosper and play for a very long time.
That's 50 for Shoaib Malik. 38 half-century in ODIs. In addition to 800s and doing the job that they would want him to do at that number 4 position. 100 partnership as well.
I think he read it well. Ben is about 6'8". To beat him in his follow-through, he is obviously hitting the ball on the ground because it took extra bit of time to get down. But it has been a very fine innings. He's looked very good, especially his hitting the ball down the ground has been absolutely good. 142 for 2.
good partnership. Remember that Azhar Ali and Sharjah fell with the score on 40 in the space of a couple of deliveries. So this has been a restorative partnership. Alzari Joseph into the attack. Bowled pacey in the first spell, bowled a very good length, and he goes cross seam. And Rami's a different phase, I know from my experience, different phase now for Alzari to adapt to with two set batsmen, the ball a little bit softer, and it may just call for maybe different looks in terms of lengths and stuff for him.
Always felt that Sharjah presents a tough challenge for any bowler, but you also tend to learn about bowling and about surviving. You're on your own out there, so he's got to find a way, a method where he can be as penetrative as he was in his first burst. It's going to be tough. I mean, look at the sweat dripping from the peak of the helmet. It is tough for any player, especially a fast bowler. You lose your concentration, there's no power in your legs. Your value drops straight away because you're thinking about surviving this scare. He looks pretty much focused, which is great. He's not too worried about the conditions, I hope, because this is his first game and he's got to prove a point. And so far, he's been impressive. But you can learn a thing or two about bowling and become a better bowler on bowling on such tracks, because it demands a lot out of you. Your character is tested, your temperament is tested, your skills are tested.
He seems to have every indication of being one who wants to develop and may go on to be one of the wonderful, talented fast bowlers. A couple hundred test match wickets at least if he can stay fit. It's one of the areas that I'm looking at with his technique, and I've talked about all the good things during the India series. He does have a slightly mixed action, and that is a little bit of a concern for me.
And also, Bish, I think he needs to change the strap of his watch also. I don't like that.
Stop it. It's timing. Look at the action again. At back foot, it gives some alignment problems with the bottom half and the top half and the hip and shoulder separation. And hence he tends to have some lateral flexion. He falls away to his left. Yeah, just there. You see how the back foot is more classically aligned for a side-on position, and it causes some stress on the lower back. So he can strengthen that as he goes along, or alternatively over time look to change the alignment of that back leg.
What I gather from your comments is obviously he then becomes prone to injury. The first year of a fast bowler can be a tough one because he's trying to find himself. He's trying to tell himself that he belongs to this arena, and I think coaches would want a young rookie fast bowler to just let them be, or let him be, and then worry about the delicacies of, you know, the action and where that front foot lands and all that. But you're absolutely right. He's got to work on his action to guard against injuries. 148 for 2.
Suleiman Ben looking to find a breakthrough. Got a couple of deliveries to grip. And what happens here from Pakistan's point of view, Rami, is both batsmen are set, both have gone to their half centuries. Either one, I assume, if anything happens, can see it through deep as Babar Azam did the other night. Is there an acceleration needed, or do you go kick on at the same pace for a few overs yet?
Well, he plays through the offside, he plays through the leg side, but he hasn't swept so far. Not very keen with that shot. I think, why would you want to risk it when you're getting runs by playing conventionally? This is a safe way of handling yourself, but just feel that you just need to carry on like this and get to 100 again. I think if Malik or Azam, either of them, get 100, Pakistan will go beyond or over 300.
Seen that before in this innings from Shoaib Malik. He is taking a liking to Ben today. 150 comes up.
That was as huge as Ben himself. As we call it in this part of the world, a Burj shot. Really climbed into that one, and it was a towering six, literally. But this is great to watch. Using his feet against spin, that is what you want West Indian batsmen to do as well. Goes again, goes straighter this time. It's another six. This time it was flat, and once again, picture perfect.
The beauty of the batting is fantastic. Ramiz has described it. What it's doing now, it's causing headaches for Jason Holder, because if Ben is traveling, Carlos Brathwaite has traveled as well. Pollard didn't bowl that great the other night. He may be called in to play. The bowling options are decreasing.
This is his turf, his terrain. He's so good against spin, Shoaib Malik. Goes again, my, 3 in a row. That's gone even bigger. That's gone out of the stadium, I think. This is electric. This is magnificent to watch, and crowds are absolutely lapping it up. Wider of the stumps, different direction taken this time. He read it to perfection, hit it with the angle. That's out of there. Loving it, Shoaib Malik, absolutely loving it. So that's brave of him. That really is well done, beating all that traffic. I thought he was going to the guy who does us aloo paratha. He's just across the road.
He is a patriot. He has risked life and limb to go and get that ball so this game can continue.
Patriot oblique, I don't know, I mean, but he's risked his life for sure. That's well done, really is well done. Could have been a lot worse for him. I hope he didn't read the graveyard sign just next to the ground. That would have surely made him nervous. Malik likes Suleiman Ben. 5 sixes and 1 4 so far. 3 in a row. First one down the ground. Gigantic hit. Another one. This was flatter, a skimmer. And then this huge one that left the field. The first one created that hole. The last one probably created a hole on the row. That's beautifully struck, but only a run. Bit of an anti-climax. 20 off the over. It's 168 for 2.
Suleiman Ben has gone for 45 or 5, so involve a change-up. Zari Joseph. Well, these two batsmen, Ramiz, play to their strengths, and that's why I was interested in that sweep chart. In that Malik, we've known, is very strong in front of square, either side of the wicket. Loves to use his feet and hit straight. This is what we know Shoaib to do well. He is not a big sweeper as well as Babar Azam. Wow. How do you deny him those strikes is a question the spinners will have to ask. Tell you another thing. The guys were talking about Javed Meander and how good Javed was. When we used to play against Javed here in Sharjah, Ramiz, I promise you, we used to think that Javed, when we bowled a spell, Javed in the middle of a spell and go to deep backward square when Carl Hooper was bowling, we used to think Javed used to sweep deliberately left and right of the big fast bowlers at deep backward square to make us run in between those spells and overs and tire us out even more. Now, we might have been giving him a bit too much credit, but certainly that's what we felt with Javed.
It could very well be the case, Bish. You remember him jumping up and trying to flick the ball from off to leg. Played very fine. So we were batting against the Windies. This was the '92 World Cup at Melbourne. And we were developing a partnership, and suddenly he comes up to me and says, "Why don't you try this shot?" I said, "Javed bhai, I'm not good at it. You know, I won't be able to execute." No, but you get runs and runs. So if you look at the video now, you see me trying to play that shot. I think it probably was Ambrose or Malcolm Marshall, I'm not too sure. And the keeper got deceived. He went to the leg side, and there was a straightforward edge. Had he stayed where he was, and would have taken a simple catch. And so I went to Javed. I said, "Look, you do it. I'm very bad at such stuff." So, but he was street smart and way ahead of the rest of the cast. But when a spinner would come on to bowl, we would nominate third ball 6, because he had that ability to hit a spinner anywhere.
Runs. Just a couple. They've got mid-off and mid-on in play for Alzari Joseph. Suleiman Ben is generally, no bowler takes a liking to a pasting, so temperatures are rising out there for Suleiman Ben. Malik tore into him. Just the act of having those two straightening mid-off, mid-on up. It's a tester and a teaser for the batters. But he's not pitching it up to get exploited there, Alzari Joseph. Well bowled, just 5 off the over, 173 for 2.
Two skyscrapers among the apartment blocks, one bowled by Jason Holder, the other by Suleiman Ben, who sensibly has been taken out of the attack.
I can obviously say that I'm happy to be with my personal bodyguard. Great to have you around, and such magnificent work you did. I think you paved the way so clearly that when I came back, the guy said, he didn't even have a look at me, just said, "Go through." So which means, I guess, is it your physical size could have worried him?
Might have been the beard. Okay, looking for some rich pickings here. And, not too much to be found. Okay, there's a little insecto buzzing around, but looking somewhere else. Not like the Pakistan batting at the moment. Easy pickings for them. They're finding boundaries everywhere.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts just to watch this, especially the achievement of Shoaib earlier. This is why I guess you would have had the captain back in the attack. Brilliant shot again. Even though the bat would have moved around a little bit in his hand, it still met the middle of the bat, came out of the sweet spot. You look at this. This is an individual who is growing in confidence with every delivery.
Yeah, well, he's coming off 120 2 days ago, so he'll be in good nick, feeling good about himself, quite unlike the West Indies captain, because it continues to be a struggle for the West Indies just to be competitive on this tour. We've seen the 3 T20s, the West Indies vanquished in those without much resistance. They've lost the first one day by 111 runs. Where's the fight going to come from?
It's tough to fight when you keep getting hit below the belt. Some body shots would have certainly hurt. But credit must be given to Pakistan, especially when you have a team and playing as well as they are at present and the way they would have done in the T20 stuff. The confidence level is rising every ball that's bowled, you know, and you can see young Holder here. I guess he'll be a little bit older, a little bit more tireder. There's a whole lot of things that I think they'll have to take out from this particular match, because certainly Pakistan is all over the Windies at present. The end of the over is 179 for 2 or 180.
The third wicket partnership is now worth 140 between Babar Azam and Shoaib Malik, putting the West Indies bowlers to the sword. Although in contrast, Sunil Narine has kept it reasonably tight. This is just his 5th over and he's gone for 15 runs. In the context of what we've seen so far, he hasn't done a bad job, but needs to pick up wickets.
Well, I guess they would have played him with a little bit more caution, knowing the dangers of the particular individual. He is a class act, and this is what seems to be pretty visible at present, is that let us just play him out. And as you just mentioned, in terms of this would have been his 16 runs scored off him. Let us work on the other guys, the weak links, and certainly those links have cracked on many occasions, especially just the scoring rate of Pakistan at present. They are certainly in the driver's seat.
Two runs taken easily. A lot of ground to cover for Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite took a long time to get going in his maiden one-day innings on Friday evening. He's going to have to pick up the pace. Shannon Gabriel sidelined because of injury, couldn't play in this match.
It would have been wonderful, Faz, to see him and Azari in the team, especially with the pace that they can muster. You would have heard from the great Waka speaking about maybe the bowling attack itself. He just believes that we are missing a wicket-taking bowler at this stage, and certainly you can see that, because after those 2 early losses, especially with the start that I think Pakistan would have had, that would have been the perfect occasion or opportunity for West Indies to get themselves back in position didn't quite work out that way. And two guys who are presently still batting at the crease, certainly responsible for that. The end of the over is 186 for 2.
Another afternoon of struggle for the West Indies. 20 overs to go. That's another, what, 120 deliveries. Run a ball, and that would take Pakistan already over 300. So you'd have to think that at the rate of progress, so many wickets in hand, barring any floodlight failure or any other issues, they'll sail past 300.
And whenever you have scoreboard pressure like that, it is always a bonus to have, and especially with West Indies, the lack of confidence with bat. We've just seen the deflating factor in the field, especially with the partnership of these two individuals, Azam and Malik, have certainly hurt them big time. So it's just about maybe now at present for Jason Holder, the captain, to try and manage these last few overs as properly as you can and well as you can, to at least believe that if Pakistan can play this well, and we have towards the back end where our bowlers come to the party, and we can for some reason restrict Pakistan under 300, I think that would be the perfect foil of such. Short delivery from Holder, this time just pulled behind square. 2 more runs, but it's going to take a mammoth effort from everyone who's in charge. Here he goes with Malik again. Oh, nice swivel of the body himself. How well have he played up to this point? Watching that ball onto the bat, and you look at the swivel. I love to see that as when you're looking to pull a ball.
Yeah, the West Indies need to find inspiration from somewhere. I was talking earlier about the situation being faced by the people of Jamaica with the impending arrival of Hurricane Matthew. The good news is that it appears that the island won't get a direct hit. Still, it will be a cause for concern, and Marlon Samuels, as the 150 partnership comes up, a Jamaican, no doubt will be concerned as to what is happening back at home.
They have suffered before with Hurricane Gilbert. That did some serious damage. I think we all have a fair idea, especially those of us who live in the leewards and windwards and places like that, do have a fair idea. I would have been through a few myself, where in the bunker, with all the stuff that's going on outside in terms of those high winds. At the end of the 31st over, it's 191 for 2.
Almost a runner ball for this partnership. Really good progression by this pair. They've accelerated, they've dominated. They're further deflating our already dispirited looking West Indies team. That's why, as Sunil Narayan said, they've got to find that bit of inspiration from somewhere. Somebody has to step up. 1, 2, 3 players. Or it's going to be all one-way traffic the rest of this trip.
And when you are a professional, and just the way maybe this tour would have gone so far, you sometimes early up in the series you would have made your mistakes, and it's all about how well you would have learned in the losing cause or causes. And I guess at this stage we haven't quite seen that factor where they would have learned. I guess it depends on how well West Indies would restrict India at present. We can see the chairman of selectors looks like he's missing home a fair bit.
Difficult time for him, obviously, goes without saying.
It's always very tough when you are in such responsible position, for you to have a smile. As you can see, he's got the glasses on. This time it's a sweep, as you can say, and it's huge, and it's against the man who supposed to be the guy who with the mystery stuff. Down on one knee, sweetly timed. This time didn't quite make it over the fence. 1 bounce for 4.
Seven runs from his 6th over, Sunil Narayan. 32 gone, 198 for 2. This graph shows that with the exception of those 2 really big overs, this has been consistent progress by Pakistan. Maybe he's a fan of Sunil Narayan's hairstyle. It's become increasingly popular, the mohawk sort of look. And yeah, he is, he says so. And his sign is a placard.
Wow, what I support Sunil Narayan. Wow. I guess as you grow up, you like to do the stuff that he gets done. And it went straight to the individual that he's very supportive of. Very well feels. So not just in the bowling style that he's showing him anything, but also the way how to defend some runs as well. Got done pretty well. Covered well. I think he only restricted to 1 run, was it?
Karan Pollard, another bowler used. In his 100th one international, the 200 comes up for Pakistan. Ominously poised from a West Indian point of view.
Not looking good for the Windies. And especially the confidence Pakistan would have gained from where they're at now. That all to do with maybe the previous matches that they would have played. Fazir winning the T20 tournament itself. Now here in such magnificent position after the very first win on this same venue. You can just see the free-flowing style. A dot ball, in my opinion, here would be very high on the commodity list.
So all Pakistan at the moment, celebrations all around, young, old in between. And they're just picking off the runs quite easily and waiting for the really loose one that they can capitalize. They're the two Barbados Trident's teammates having a word. Shoaib Malik with his Trident's captain, Karen Pollard, on opposite sides.
And I guess, Fazir, that is in all good fun, you know, because with the way I guess these T20 tournaments around the world, it's given players from all walks of life an opportunity to be in different dressing rooms, and sometimes the camaraderie that's formed, and you can see a little bit of that because of time spent in the dressing room with individuals who you would have competed against for a lot of times. So it's all good for the game itself, but I hope he doesn't get too friendly. Last ball of the 33rd over is 203 for 2.
Well, this pair have now equaled the record for the best third wicket partnership in one-day international cricket for Pakistan against the West Indies. 164 unbroken between Saeed Anwar and Amir Sohail in Lahore 1997. Following that series, this is not a good thing to say from a West Indian point of view. The West Indies were slammed in the 3 test matches that follow, so the wide brings up the record now. It is now the record for Pakistan for the third wicket against the West Indies, 165 unbroken. West Indies lost the following test series 3-0, first 2 by an innings and the last by 10 wickets. Again going over the top with power, with authority. Didn't carry for 6, but still an excellent shot.
You look at this replay, you can see just the free-flowing Pakistani batsman. Just showing Malik getting to the pitch of the delivery and just extending the arms. And regardless of whether Sunil Narine is as mysterious as folks say he is, when you're in such batting form and the confidence that it exudes, you can accomplish almost anything. And certainly we are seeing that here today. There's no mystery stuff about Narine today. It's all about us, the batters. It isn't about what we have on the field or anything to worry us. We're going to try and do it the best way that we can. This time, it was Malik, I think, in a sense, one just a little outside the option, just left him a little bit. I think it got the top edge and it bounced just a little bit to Salim Malik's surprise, and in the end, catch was completed. Let's have a look at it here, Fazir. I think he just hit the bottom of the bat and gave an easy catch to Darren Bravo.
But an entertaining innings, nevertheless, from Shoaib Malik. Better than a runner ball. He's gone for 90. Record partnership as well. Pakistan 209 for 3. Sarfraz Ahmed is at the crease because of this. Short of a length, into the cut. Made a bit of extra bounce from Narain and a simple catch to Darren Bravo at backward point. Falling 10 short of 100, Shoaib Malik.
The sort of guy that you do not want to see coming in at this stage, Sarfraz Ahmed. I would call him the modern day Javid in terms of the way in which he gets about the crease, the pressure he puts on fieldsmen, the busybody. Just the sort of guy I would believe that Pakistan would need at this point, especially with the start that they would have had on the position that they're in now. He's not going to make it any easier for you as a fieldsman, because he's pretty confident, I guess, with his exploits in England, winning the T20 tournament as well. So the confidence is as high as ever. As you can see, he takes the broom out again. He's pretty good at that. Whenever he's at the crease, he tries all sort of stuff, and I guess you can say from this particular point, he goes again, taking that broom out. He's always looking to keep the scoreboard ticking. As I said, the sort of guy that the West Indies do not want to see at present. This time, Azam got back, cut one. Wow, what's going on here? Almost wiped Darren Bravo out at the end of the over. It's 211 for 3.
Well, when you see as many as 7 bowlers used, you know the bowling side is in trouble. And with the departure of his nemesis, Shoaib Malik, Suleiman Ben has come back on only to be treated with that beautiful shot from Babar Azam.
Here's it. He says, even though Salim Malik is gone, I'm going to take over. He would have shown me a thing or two. Shoaib Malik, sorry, for sure. This time, brilliant. Driven through the offside, extra cover, got to the pitch, came right off the screws, and Ben must be saying, what have I done to these Pakistani batsmen today? He's hurting. He's basically taking a full toll in terms of batsmanship where Pakistan batsmen are concerned today.
Just in his 6th over, and he's already conceded 50 runs, Suleiman Ben. Usually quite combative and cantankerous at the best of times, Suleiman Ben, but he's smiling.
I tell you, there's nothing at all, I guess, for him to be serious here about. He looked like he's taking it in his stride. He would have taken a beating today, especially, you know, in 8 boundaries and some big ones as well, 5 6s. He's been in the max zone a few times. Oh! This time here, it's Sarfraz again, as you can see. That busybody looking to get to the pitch of the delivery. That's one of the better deliveries that I think Ben would have bowled. It is a dot ball also. Wow. Faz 2 in a row. Wow.
Well bowled.
3 dot balls. Wow, what a surprise. Ben, you should be running around the pitch holding your hands up saying, how well have I done? Wow. This time, Safra's finding the gap and getting a single. At the end of that over, it's 217 for 3.
The current rate of scoring would take Pakistan to 310 if they can continue at this tempo. They'd probably be aiming for more than that, given 7 wickets in hand and 14.4 overs left. That's it.
Yeah, platform set, and Sarfraz plays the spinners exceptionally well. Sweep shot, almost a little top edge into his face. Yeah. Not wearing the helmet, and we know that he sweeps a lot, so maybe he should call for one. The problem here is that, again, the spinners, Pakistan have batted well against. Narayan's bowled all right, but it's the spinners of Pakistan that dominate. And Ben really got after by Shoaib Malik, and now it's a situation where Pakistan can bat West Indies out of the game.
What was that?
Inside edge, maybe. Ramdin appealing. Reviewed for a stumping, I suppose. Just ricocheted off Ramdin's pad onto the stumps. Front foot's all right. Little inside edge and off the pad onto the stumps. And the foot hasn't really moved at all, so Sarfraz is all right. And not out the decision, and it's 221 for 3.
.221 for 3. That'll be 2 again. That'll be 2. No, it's not 2. I think it should have been 2. Brathwaite was slow to react. And just little things that I'm looking at and I want to see. We talk about inspiration. This is what I want to see. I want to see guys getting involved. Karen Pollard, Jason Holder, Suleiman Ben between overs. Guys with experience. Guys who have played around the world, getting involved, passing on advice in this difficult time for the team.
Keeper.
I think one thing that young Babar Azam can be proud of, Basit, is that after, how much is it, 17 ODIs? He has more runs than any Pakistani batsman has ever accomplished after 17 ODIs. Someone you would know very well, Majid Khan, previously had 672. Yasser Harmeed had 710.
Just a full toss, hit into the onside, gets another couple.
Babar Azam right now has 731, so he is in that race for 1,000 runs. Can he get to 1,000 runs before the next 4 innings? Just over 200 required for him.
Has to be quick. Not the greatest of throw, and another single that Sarfraz gets. Guess the way he's batting, you'd be courageous to bet against that. I thought today he batted even better than he did 2 days before. It's been a very fluent innings and he hasn't looked stressed at all. And with another match to go against West Indies in this series, obviously he likes the attack, he likes the bowling and the conditions, so just to carry on like this. .226 for 3.
Rizwan slated to come next. Mohammad Nawaz, Imad Wasim, who we saw in brief appearances on Friday night, can muscle the ball. And Amir, Wahab Riaz and Hassan Ali. Carlos Brathwaite back into the attack. Interesting just looking at his pace today and off the short run, really. He's not getting up. He can get over 130, get up to 135, 137 when he was coming off the longer run. So far today, I don't know that he's gotten up very high. 116 average is not where he wants to be, but he takes pace off the ball more regularly. There he goes again. Well played.
Pakistani batsman would be pretty happy facing him off this short run up. And plant their front foot down and hit through the line. Not very taxing. And you think that a bowler who does possess pace would want to use it, wouldn't want to slow yourself down, and today he's been even slower.
Only one delivery between 125 and 135. I think he can. In fact, I know that he can, when he's off his full run-up, generate in excess of 135. So, as I said, it's a work in progress. And he may need to go back to or lengthen that run, I think, anyway. But for now, he took pace off the ball quite beautifully at the back end of his spell on Friday. More runs, should be a couple. Babar Azam has shown great fitness too. I think that's the other thing.
Yeah, quite hot conditions. He got a day before, fielded exceptionally well at the back end of that match. And today, again, concentration levels tend to drop when you're not very fit, but he is. And he's still going. Got to 90 now. It's 231 for 3. Anything you think West Indies could have done differently? Because it's been quite easy going for Pakistan.
Well, obviously the energy and executing better would be uppermost. Where I do think there is a little bit of a gap is the penetration of the bowling. Sunil Narine is still trying to work himself back. He's not spinning the ball as much as he used to before. The big rippers have not been there. That's been a factor. Pakistan would play the spin generally well. They've played Ben well. I think they needed that Shannon Gabriel pace. They need the two medium pacers in Brathwaite and Holder. Certainly don't offer as much penetration day to day as I'd like to see. Alzarri Joseph has done well, but they need someone else to back him up with pace, I think, and that is something to look at ahead. Gabriel is sitting out today because of a neck injury, so there's nothing they could have done, but they're in the hunt for Bassett, someone else who can bowl above 140 and maybe even someone who can reverse the ball, who knows how to understand reverse swing, or certainly bowl with pace.
They're depending a lot on Ben and Narayan to bowl in that middle over period or back end of the innings even. But today Shoaib Malik played Ben superbly well. He targeted him. I think he was circumspect when he came in and played Narayan, but against Ben, he knew how to get after him. .236 for 3.
Yeah, just looking at this West Indies A team squad, come back to that. And look, there are parts of West Indies cricket, and West Indies have decided in some levels that it's a development paradigm that they're taking. The team has been losing for quite some time in this format and maybe test matches, so that at the grassroots level there's some development. West Indies A squad going to Sri Lanka. Just want to identify a couple of names. Young kid called Runsford Beaton, who would have played in the 2012 Under-19 World Cup, who's been around first-class cricket for some time, refining himself, refining his action. Kesrick Williams was in the T20 team. John Ross Jagasa, an off-spinner. So those are guys you're hoping will come through, as well as Kemar Roach coming back. Because what I think we're looking for in that middle phase of the innings and at the back end are death bowlers, guys who can come at the death and bowl in the block hole or a change pace or someone that can spin the ball. Damon Jacobs is a leg spinner from Jamaica. Good talent. See the way Wahab Riaz comes and does it sometimes, the way Mitchell Stark does it for Australia sometimes. We're looking to find one or two of those guys who can bowl with pace and maybe able to do something with the ball.
Kemar Roach jumps to mind with reverse swing. He's probably got the action, got the pace to actually develop that.
In first-class cricket, Kemar Roach is hoping to be rehabilitated back to his best. Reynard Leverage is an unknown commodity to most. We're looking to see how he goes down there. Goal Brathwaite. And even at the under-15 levels, a lot of youth cricket is going on in the Caribbean, under age group cricket and teams traveling abroad. The under-19s were well developed. They won under Shimron Hetmeyer. So there's a lot of development going on at the lower levels that I'm really interested, and it's good to see that happening and teams getting experience. We're looking for those quick guys, Bassett. Looking for a few more. 240 for 3. Dots. Turning over the strike is one of the areas Pakistan are focused on. What happens from here, Bassett? Into the final phase, the final power play, 5 fielders outside. When does that final kick come?
I think they'll be looking at, say, 9 and over from here on in. We've already seen Sarfraz try a lot of shots. He hasn't got the boundaries or hasn't got the hits away. But obviously, they let Babar Azam just get to his 100 and then expand. But at the moment, it'll be all Sarfraz. And they've got batting to come. I might be inclined to promote Imad Wasim because he's a good finisher and hits the ball extremely hard. So maybe he might get a little promotion just to inject some pace. But Pakistan will be looking for Babar Azam to get to his 100 quickly so that he can also play more shots as such. And we saw that in the previous game as well. Once he got to his 100, he played some really exquisite drives and targets that extra cover region extremely well.
And mid-wicket, wide mid-wicket. Lots of energy. It's requiring a lot of energy from him to have scored that 100 on Friday and get up to 95 today as well. And he's run so hard today.
And then hopefully once he gets to the 100, then energy required for those big hits. And that takes a lot out of a player as well. Rizwan, Nawaz, Imad. Imad might just get a promotion because he's had such a prolific time in that low middle order.
You're looking at that next 3. You've got Umar Akmal back in the squad. He's a little bit older, a little bit more experienced, if not consistently effective or whatever. Could he be an asset to get back into that lower middle order area with his experience?
When he's batting well, he gets into the top 6 any day. But now with Pakistan wanting to play two all-rounders, and they have the luxury of playing two left-armers who can bowl very well and bat too. I think they won't risk Nawaz or Imad for that fact that Umar Akmal doesn't really bowl, but the upper order is doing so well, he can't get a game in. I think Babar Azam was under a little bit of pressure, but he's put that to bed. Maybe Rizwan is the one question mark, but he's been around the side and hasn't got a lot of opportunity. He went on the tour of England and stayed with the team. They like him a lot, and he just needs to get more opportunities. I think it'd be a tough call on him to be dropped right now because he's not got enough batting time to really show his presence in the team.
Just 6 off the over. 246 for 3.
'99 not out, Babar Azam looking for back-to-back hundreds here at Sharjah. And there it is, second 100 in succession for Babar Azam. Back-to-back hundreds, better innings today, better strike rate, and he just needed that first one to kickstart his career. Exceptionally good timing today. It's been a fantastic knock. Testament to his fitness, testament to his batting ability to be able to get two on the trot. Wonderful effort from a star who has arrived now in the middle order.
Trying his best, Sarfraz, to up the ante. He's the 10th Pakistan batsman in ODIs to score back-to-back hundreds. It speaks to his hunger as well. Would have been so easy to get that first 100 and not work as hard in your very next innings. In fact, he's worked harder. That is a real credit. Now he has to try to take off, and boy, has he taken off now.
Not the delivery to bowl to a batsman on 100. A slower delivery, half cracker, sat up to be hit, and Babar Azam did exactly that. No problems whatsoever, that's disappeared. Maximum.
There'll be real intent now in stroke play from both ends, and for Brathwaite it can look to go death bowling, which I think he tried with that last ball. Look to go Yorker, restrict the scoring side of the ground, pace off the ball.
Azhar Ali talked about getting in on this wicket and then expanding your range or getting your shots away, and it's type of wicket where you need to get in. And now with Babar Azam, he's played himself, got 100, now he can expand. I think Sarfraz is still struggling to get the pace off the wicket.
Get them to hit to maybe a deep man straight or at least offside. Yeah, he goes offside and there's a deep fielder there. Ball to your field. 2:57 for 3.
Babar Azam making it 2 in a row. This one international series. As for Pakistan, Mohammad Hafiz to achieve that landmark. Shoaib Malik with 90. Can Pakistan really accelerate now? They couldn't on Friday evening. Maybe they lost some momentum with the floodlight failure and the interruption of the innings. Nothing like that happening so far here. Now to settle on 2.
Played extremely well. Babar Azam looked $1 million. Played really well in the last game also, and the way he played this knock, very similar. He's played 114 deliveries to get to 110, and he's still out there. Pakistan definitely need to push on. They should be targeting somewhere around 330. Not the first time we're seeing this. Pollard has got this habit of doing it. I've seen him doing in 2020 cricket also, as he sees a batsman doing anything in his crease or using the depth of the crease or moving into toward the bowler, he just pulls out.
Yeah, it is his prerogative, but I don't know how much it would achieve. Run out chance here. In the end, no damage done for Pakistan.
Not very impressed with the Sarfraz running between the wicket. We saw the other game also, Rizwan getting out. He did call as he played it, but he took quite a few steps before he denied the run. Could have been easily run out on the other end with Babar Azam. Short delivery.
Look at the celebration.
Yeah, proud moment for Babar Azam and his family, and definitely the coach, the entire dressing room is up for him. Second one in this series. Before that, we have seen in the past, Zahir Abbas getting 300s in a row, Saeed Anwar getting 300s in a row, and Babar Azam, he's got the opportunity to make it 300s, but yeah, he's celebrating it, and he well-deserved 100.
Seven runs from the over, which the West Indies will actually see as a plus. in the last 10. 43 gone, 264 for 3. That partnership between Babar Azam and Shoaib Malik just 5 runs short of being actually a new record for any wicket in one day as for Pakistan against the West Indies in ODIs. Still a record for the 3rd wicket. But I think Pakistan here have to be careful that they don't lose their acceleration, because the runs were really flowing in that stand between Babar Azam and Shoaib Malik, and now that Sarfraz has come to the crease, they've just been pulled back a bit. This will help. Short and swatted away.
Well, that's his first boundary. A little bit of struggle for Sarfraz. This was a gift. Short delivery in his zone. That's where he loves it. Cleared the front leg and middle of the bat. He's been batting really well on this number since the last couple of months in England. Swept. Big LBW appeal. But the ball, I think, was missing leg stump.
Although Ramden is suggesting that it should be reviewed. And in fact, they will review it. Brathwaite was vehement that it was a good shout. Legal delivery, no problem there.
It all depends where he hit him. If he hits the front leg, not sure if it hit the glove on the way to the back leg. But looking at this angle or looking at this replay, it seemed like that the ball might just slip down the leg side. Doesn't seem like that it's hitting hit the glove or the bat. Just missed it very clearly, completely, and it's gone on to hit the back leg. Pitched in line, I don't think should be an issue. And have to have a look at the ball tracking, where the ball's going to go. Looks pretty close to me.
It does. If it's hit that back foot, it looks as if it's almost in front of leg stump, somewhere between middle and leg. Umpire Ravi, the television official, taking a good look. Clearly looking to confirm first and foremost that there's no impact, bat or glove. And that's why Brathwaite was so confident that he should get a review. Ramden seemed prepared to support him, yeah. Right away, he suggested that it should be reviewed. And let's look at it again. Hitting that back foot, which appears to be in front of leg stump.
Well, the clipping won't do. It has to hit the stumps on flash. No problem there, no problem there. Missing the stumps. Missing the stumps. I was hoping that this might just clip the leg stump, but with the angle, I guess it's just gone on to miss the stumps. Shows of Ravazaza is the on-field umpire. Ruchira is the third umpire who made this decision.
Umpire Ravi is not the TV umpire this time. It's Ruchira Palyaguruge. The official from Sri Lanka. Good strike again. Width outside the off stump, and he basically could choose anywhere on the offside to go with that.
As he hit the shot, Sarfraz from the non-striker end really enjoyed it. He went wow, and it was wow. In the gap, great balance, in a perfect position to hit over extra cover.
Well, he got 120 on Friday, and on this Sunday he's at 118. Really enjoying his batting, goes without saying, but when you can convert that good feeling into runs and everything seems to be going your way, it seems you could do no wrong. Up to 119 after the 44th over, it's 274 for 3. Confirmation of the status of Babar Azam's last 2 ODI innings. His best. He might still have a few more to add in this one.
He's been pretty good, Pollard. He's bowled 3 overs for 18 runs only. He was in the air. There was a little bit of shout from the bowler to catch it. That's his highest now, 121. And he's looking strong. He's not getting any cramps today. Getting used to of the heat. He's well hydrated. He's a fit kid. Works really hard on his fitness.
He was looking to go over wide long on with that. Just deceived by the change of pace, almost off the toe of the bat. And that's what Pollard will give you. He doesn't have really any pace to talk about, but will offer some variations. I'll probably hope that Sarfraz continues to really struggle to get any sort of fluency. 22 of 28 balls. Field set deep on the onside. Element of the game that Pakistan will need to work on from what we've seen just in these last 2 one-dayers, that you want to have someone who's a power hitter coming in at this stage. If you lose a wicket, someone who can really capitalize on a deflated, dispirited attack and smash it to all parts.
Normally Sarfraz is pretty good in this sort of situation. Is that he's not really finding any rhythm today. Only 1 boundary has been hit. Yeah, you're 100% right, Fazil, that you need someone once you have wickets in hand, someone to come at number 3. Once 35 overs been bowled and you're in such a good position, you probably need someone like maybe Imad or Nawaz. I'm not sure about Rizwan's strike rate, that if he can strike the ball that well. To have someone to come and really take on the charge. Like that. It's gone straight to the fielder though.
I think that's why we talk about the continued evolution of the game. That it's horses for courses, even within a particular race where you reach the last couple of furlongs and say, okay, this is not about consolidation. This is not about just continuing at the same pace. This is about acceleration. And you've got to have maybe resources lower down the order who can do that for you.
.282 for 3.
I suppose it might be sounding extremely critical to be going on about Pakistan needing to have someone at this stage to really be pushing it on. But the point we were trying to develop is that if you're talking about the evolution of the game, you saw the way South Africa chased their target against Australia a couple of days ago. Alzarri Joseph comes on. It's been really a tough baptism for him in one-day international cricket. But if you want to stay up to speed with the very best in the world, you've got to be able to modify your game, even when things are going well, to say, well, 282 for 3, we should be thinking now 340 by the end of the 50th over, 330. What do we need to do to get to that, rather than just being settled with 310 or maybe 315? That's going to help, but has he miscued it? Yeah, he has. And that's a safe pair of hands. Babar Azam, his innings comes to an end. 120 in the first ODI, 123 this time around. Another excellent innings for Pakistan.
Simply outstanding knock once again by Babar Azam. Was looking to go over the top, looking to clear the field, looking to move on with the things. Slow delivery, very first delivery of Joseph. I don't think he picked the slow delivery that well. Big hands, easy catch. He's disappointed a little bit that why did he get out, but I think he'll be very, very happy once he gets into the dressing room and calm himself down that he's got 200s in 2 games. Very well played, young man. 123 of 126 balls is 282 for 4.
Imad Wasim's strike rate confirms that he can certainly crash it about. Man of the series in the sweep in the T20s because of his bowling.
Can't ask for a better situation for Imad Wasim to come in. Just a tailor-made kind of a position. Beautifully bowled, smart bowling. First ball, I don't think Babar Azam was expecting the youngster to come and be smart and bowl a slow delivery. He did it really well, in the right area also. Still not finding his feet. Sarfraz, 32 deliveries, 25 runs, just 1 boundary. He was looking to push the ball to third man for a single. Played extremely well, Sarfraz, in England. But I think the slowness of the pitch is not allowing him to play his strokes. He's struggling with the pace. He likes a little bit of pace on the ball. That's good ball. That's good delivery. Sarfraz shouting for Imad to run, run, run. And picked up another couple.
And that's the hustle they want to see. They want to see a total in excess of 300. Immediately had his mind set on a second run. A better throw might have had him struggling. But good hustle, good effort. Only the single. And certainly for players like Alzarri Joseph, moving from under 19 level to senior level, they'll appreciate how much of a yawning gap it can be. You can be a star at under 19 level as he was for the West Indies in Bangladesh, but still you've got to attune yourself to the much higher standard of play. Had a good start to his test career. It was disappointing. He only played one test and was then dropped against India. But he's got to be given a run, given a fair opportunity to prove his worth at this highest level. It's a really tough proving ground. He's just completed his 8th over, Alzarri Joseph, 2 for 36. 4 overs left at 287 for 4. Four overs left, a minimum of 24 deliveries. And Pakistan, we're thinking that we should get comfortably over 300, which will be a destiny that the West Indies have never reached as far as being set a target in excess of 300 in a one-day international. One bounced along off. 27 times they've been set targets of over 300 in one-day internationals and failed every time. The one time they got over 300, the target was actually 298 at Centurion, and they hit a boundary at the end and got over 300. But the actual target was 298 at that time and against South Africa. So it's a 100% losing record for the West Indies, chasing targets of 300 plus.
Pakistan also got a very similar record. Pakistan not the best of the chasing side when you talk about the chasing. Beautiful hit, timed it very nicely. He becomes very dangerous when he clears his front leg. And he loved that wideish mid-wicket cow corner, that area.
He needs to be doing more of that. Almost a straight drive to wide long on because of the way he opened up that left leg. Gave him the room, the freedom to play the shot, to execute maximum power.
In the past, Pakistan had lots of issue with the top order batsmen. We were not really scoring run at the top of the innings. This time around in this series so far, Pakistan has been outstanding with their openers. Sharjah getting runs, Babar getting 200s, Malik getting 90. So that problem for now has been solved. Yeah, we need someone at this sort of situation to come and blast the inning, get those big overs. Looking for 2. And got the 2.
Yeah, as uncomfortable as it might be for the West Indies, for the West Indies fans, for West Indians, and in fact non-West Indians worrying about West Indies cricket, that's not Pakistan's problem. Pakistan's issue is to take advantage of every opportunity to show that they've developed their game a few steps further. And if it is at the expense of the West Indies or anybody else, so be it. 4 more, closing in on the 300.
He's finding his feet now. He's finding his rhythm, Sarfraz. Second boundary of the over. Slow bouncer. Played it into the gap. Maybe could have put a better effort from Narayan. Would have saved maybe 2 runs. Try to just kick it back into the playing area, but not happy. Pollard suggesting that he should have thrown himself onto the ball. Not the case.
I can't recall the last time I've seen Sunil dive around the boundary. It's one of the criticisms about his cricket, that he needs to be a lot sharper, a lot more desperate in the boundary areas, where invariably he would be, because he isn't one of the best fielders. So lots of issues for the West Indies to sort out. And as I said before, for Pakistan, they can't be bothered with West Indian issues. They can only be bothered with their game, looking ahead, earning points, earning rankings points. This is the man who will be worried, Courtney Brown. Has he cleared the boundary? No, one bounce four, but still, the 300 is up now for Pakistan, and Sarfraz has found the accelerator.
That's a poor length, must say that. Because with this pace, Sarfraz loving that region, he's asking for trouble. Although he's got three fielders on the onside, right on the boundary, Sarfraz will find the gap every time he hits it. Now the fourth fielder going on the boundary on the onside. And he is bringing mid-off into the circle. So that means he's going to bowl probably more short balls. But he's got to be very, very careful with the third man up. There's every chance that ball might go that region also.
So said, so done. And there's going to be another boundary. Fourth four in the over. 19 runs from it. The charge is very much on towards the end this time at 306 for 4. .306 for 4 with the promise of more to come with 3 overs left. Turning 1 into 2. He would have been dancing even more in the last over.
That's very smartly done. When you have third man up, you put 4 men on the onside, on the boundary, you're asking for trouble, especially when you don't have pace to beat the bat. I have seen a lot of West Indian cricket, and I've played against a lot of great West Indians. But I'm sorry to say this, but this is very ordinary. This is a very ordinary bowling lineup I'm seeing from the West Indians. Young Joseph, who's playing his first game, probably the best one out of the lot. He's producing some goods. He's into his 9th over, 39 for 2, picked up 2 wickets also.
Four boundaries in the last over, basically picking his spot at this friendly pace. Favouring the pull as he invariably does, and then last bit of improvisation. Bit of extra effort and the wide conceded. And I know it's going to sound harsh, Waqar, but you can only call it as you see it. You, as someone who would have played the game at the highest level, taken on the West Indies, some of the outstanding West Indies teams, as we look at Alzarri Joseph's pitch map, 70% short of a length. Maybe that's something that he's going to have to work on, but That's what you're here for. You can only call it as you see it. As someone who would have played against some of the finest West Indies teams. And it is something for the West Indies and those who are listening, those who are taking it on board as a fair assessment as to what do the West Indies need to do to bring some potency to their attack.
Well, in the 90s, I played a little bit of the 80s also of West Indian bowling, and then, of course, into the 90s, played against some in the air. There's no man there. They might not go for 6, but it's going to just roll it to the boundary for 4. This time it's Imad Wasim. Another friendly delivery in the zone. No problem there for Imad. Played against the great late Malcolm Marshall, Ambrose, Walsh. Benjamin brothers, both Benjamins, they were just outstanding. Some serious space we had to handle. Well, Benjamin, they were not brothers, but yeah. But they were from the same island, Antigua.
Yeah, and some will say it's harsh to compare someone like an Alzari Joseph or even a Shannon Gabriel with those outstanding fast bowlers. But you've got to make comparisons. You've got to set a standard in the same way that Usain Bolt is the standard for sprinting everywhere in the world, and he's from the island of Jamaica. That's the standard that so many of these cricketers should be aiming towards. Even if they don't hit that target, they should be striving towards that direction. Another wide. But yes, it's often seen in the modern era as a tremendous burden for these young cricketers to bear, but they shouldn't look at it that way. They should be saying, look, we need to try to find a way to bring the West Indies back to something like what it once was, rather than simply hanging your heads and saying, well, it's unfair to be compared with those legends. Why can't these youngsters, why can't some of these players say, well, okay, I'm going to be the one to step up? Another wide, so the overs lengthened even further. I'm going to be the one to say, well, by the dint of at least my own personal performance, I'm going to step up and try to say, well, okay, I remember this great legacy. It's not a burden, but it's something that I'm aiming towards.
Yes, I think you also got to challenge yourself. That I'm playing for my country, I'm out there wearing maroon. I have to really come out and deliver. It's not been the case lately. Another couple, maybe not. Decided against it. It's 48 overs gone. It's 119 for 4.
Sunil Narain had a decent spell, 1 for 39 from 8. Alzari Joseph, not too bad. His first taste of one international cricket. His last over was pretty expensive, couple of wides. But it's been tough for everyone else, including the West Indies captain. Jason Holder back on for the penultimate over of the innings.
Sarfaraz on 49. Struggled in the beginning to hit boundaries, and then suddenly one good over where he hit 4 boundaries and then gone on to hit another one after that. Good strike rate now. Pakistan will be looking at somewhere around 340 now. 10 and over from here. It's only 2 overs remaining, but 20 runs from here will take them into a very good position.
And again, it's these little passages that test yourself. 11 overs to go, can you get 20 runs? You've got 6 wickets in hand. It's very well bowled. Full and wide, but inside those tram lines. Because you can always learn from every performance. Even if you might think, well, okay, we're on course for victory here, the match is far from over. Although, as we said before, the track record suggests that the West Indies, never having successfully chased the target of 300 in 27 previous attempts, are destined to go 2-0 down. No team has successfully chased 300 even in Sharjah in the UAE in one-day internationals. Cleaned him up. That's a bit of recompense. On line and gets him hard.
Cross bat, he was looking to go over mid-wicket or over mid-on. Good length delivery. I don't think he was expecting this sort of pace. He was expecting the ball to come a little bit quicker. But you miss, I hit. Another wicket. Gone down. Imad was seen bowled by Holder. 11. It's 320 for 5.
Mohammad Rizwan will be looking to add to a total that already appears to be outside of the reach of the West Indies. But again, we'll have to wait and see how they shape up when it's their turn at the crease. Haven't shaped up well at all so far on this tour. We'll call for 2. And as you would expect, a fresh pair of legs to complete 2 quite easily.
Another utility cricketer, Rizwan. That's why he's out there. Imad getting cleaned up by Jason Holder. Just a perfect length. He was just to touch too early into the shot. Can do a wicket-keeping job also. I saw him the other day in the nets. He was trying to bowl his medium pacer. So he's quite a handy cricketer, brilliant fielder, and the smart wicket-keeper. Is always in the squad because of Sarfaraz's backup. He's been given opportunity as a batsman to play this game. Unfortunately, in the last couple of games, or fortunately for Pakistan, that he didn't have to go out and bat. That's his fastest 50. 43 deliveries with 5 boundaries. Lovely knock. He's been in a great nick in the last 1 year, I would say. End of the over, 324 for 5.
This is now Pakistan's highest in an ODI against the West Indies. Record third wicket partnership. Just missing out on being a record partnership for any wicket against the West Indies, Pakistan. Azari Joseph to bowl the final over.
That's the over where he got going. Hit 4 boundaries in this over. None of the deliveries were in that area where you call it a Yorker length, a wide Yorker or a Yorker length. Short of a length, it's pretty easy for the batsman to hit it. Another slow delivery. 2 more runs.
It's almost a must-have now for any young fast bowler. The slow deliveries weren't that much of a requirement when you were playing, although you would have seen more and more the variations coming in, and with the shorter and shorter forms of the game, the changes of pace becoming so vital. At this stage, Pakistan really moving along.
Well, we never used to think of those variations. I'm talking about early days, maybe right at the end when I lost a lot of pace and I used to sort of bowl all those medium paces, I would call myself. Then, of course, even the worldwide, this variation word just came into play, that you have to have those slow deliveries, back of the hand deliveries to survive at this level. Pitches were gone a lot flatter, the bats were a lot bigger. So we never had to sort of work really hard on our slow deliveries, and that's gone. That's gone in the gap. 1 bounce 4. Hard to stop Sarfraz at the moment.
That's his favorite shot. Short of a length, change of pace, and basically he could wait. He almost held back and then delivered, picking the spot perfectly between the wide long on and the deep square leg.
Well, the bowlers are also feeding him where he wants. He favors the onside. Doesn't matter how many fielders you put in that region, when he'll get it right, he'll tonk you in the gap. And that's what he's been doing. Edged it for 4. No third man in the circle. Boundaries are raining.
And when it's going for you, it's going for you. And it took a while to get going, Sarfraz. Now the West Indies are feeling the full brunt. You won't expect a slip. Slip would have been useless anyway. But gambling once more without the third man.
Well, he was definitely looking to hit it toward the third man. Not that fine, but he saw the fielder, the third man in the circle. The shot was on. Last delivery of the inning.
Dave Suleiman Ben should have put in a better effort there, coming around at short fine leg. Extra pace from Azari Joseph to end the innings. Excellent effort from Pakistan. 3rd highest total ever in a one-day international in Sharjah, getting up to 337 for 5. Couldn't want it any better. Babar Azam still being congratulated for his 2nd consecutive one-day international century. Sarfraz doing his bit with an unbeaten 60. Just leaving the West Indies with a task that, given the way they've played, almost borders on the impossible.
Pakistan winning the toss and electing to bat, and right on money, Pakistan, from the word go, from the very first delivery. They had total in mind and they got it. First 5 overs were crucial. Pakistan raced down to 40, and then it was Babar Azam who played very, very smartly, scoring his second 100 of the series, 123 of 29. Shoaib Malik was superb once again, scoring couldn't get to the 100 but scored 90 of 84 deliveries. Sarfraz not out on 60, 337 for 5 in 50 overs.
Struggles all around for the West Indies bowlers, with the exception of Sunil Narayan, who got the one wicket and went at under 5, but everyone else got a bit of the pasting. Karan Pollard going at almost 9. So this is the target. Somehow or the other, the West Indies are going to have to make history, or they're going to be 2-0 down in this series with one match to play, with a required rate of 6.76 runs per over.
Welcome back to Sharjah. Pakistan taking on West Indies in the second ODI, and their route is tough, to say the least. West Indies need a lot of runs and good partnerships, and somebody really to get 100 like Babar Azam. He was once again flawless, 123 from 126 balls. Shoaib Malik provided all of us with a lot of fun, hitting the ball out of the ground, and 60 from Sarfraz Ahmed once again amongst the runs. And Pakistan have got runs on the board, and plenty of them. And West Indies, well, they tried extremely hard to limit Pakistan's excess and reach. In the end, it didn't really work for them. Narayan 1 for 39 of his 8 looked good, but rest of the cast really didn't come to the party. It was a tough ask under the sun in searing heat. Pakistan got those runs, and now look, the favourites. I've got Vivian Richards here with me. So Viv, all they need to do is to not really at this stage think about that 338 target. It's about getting the partnership going, because they've been disastrous with their efforts in the power plays.
I would have loved to have seen Ramins where, apart from maybe Craig Bradway, they've got to throw all the kitchen sink, I guess, at Pakistan. And this power play is going to be pretty important and vital towards this run chase. This, I think, is a great opportunity for them to try and get off to a great start. But 338 to get, that's what you call serious scoreboard pressure. I'm not quite sure what's going to be the response, but it'd be nice to see at least something positive, which even though you may be facing a losing cause, it may be a great opportunity in terms of the confidence moving forward.
Yeah.
It can free you up, I guess, because you don't have many options. You've got to go at a cracking pace, and so you know that risks are to be taken. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think West Indies could have got somebody in who's a big striker as an opener, just to shake things up, because we haven't seen a lot of technique used by the West Indian openers against Imad Wasim. You see that the pattern has been developed very early in the piece here.
Yeah, it's about maybe getting off to a good start, because when you look at that total and just the way in which Pakistan would have played, you know, we hear about Sharjah being a low-scoring venue. Today, this didn't seem to be the case at all. Pakistan looked pretty free in terms of their run-scoring factor, and West Indies need to get off to a great start in order just to send, at least to be competitive, because if they don't, you know, that whole stuff will come all over to play again.
Oh yes, Mehdi.
That's the natural line of the left armour. He'll slant that ball back into the stumps.
To be fair, Pakistan should be feeling pretty confident in themselves. They've played so well. I've never seen a Pakistani team, maybe over the years, as you say, as consistent as you would have seen, especially in the limited over stuff that we would have witnessed so far. They've been totally solid. There seems to be the confidence that I think every team needs in order for them to be successful. At the end of that over is 3 for none.
On paper, they look a solid unit. There's class, there's power. In the middle order, there's Samuels who can work the ball into the gaps and construct a big innings. There's Mohammad Amir. And what a good combo this is turning out to be for Pakistan. There's Mohammad Amir who's got a lot of skills, and there's Imad Wasim who's hit a purple patch.
When you have such a quality attack, you may say that Pakistan would have scored their runs in a sense, because the West Indies attack, apart from maybe the Shannon Gabriels and Azari Joseph, who have got a little pace, is going to be tougher for the West Indies in terms of the run chase because of that particular quality.
That's not bad actually, because you've got to just do something different. Out of his crease, yeah, I think he could have hit that ball a little straighter than whacking it over mid-wicket. That's the only little negative part about that slog. Highest total is Sharjah. Pakistan have amassed 337 tonight, third best.
Never ever thought that you could get to such impressive total here in Sharjah, especially the slowness of the track. We heard about the slowness, but as I said, you know, regardless of who you are as a batter, and you've got to face this quality, it's going to take you some time, because we just saw Johnson Charles trying to be aggressive as he can be. But when you're looking to hit, and especially with the new ball, you've got to try and hit as straight as possible, try and pick the gaps and things like that. As you go across the whatever delivery that may be offered up to you, that's when I think you give chances to individuals to get in the wickets. This Pakistan attack is a quality attack. You can never ever take that away.
Slip's been removed, put at mid-wicket, and he's round the stump. So change of tactics by Mohammad Amir. And gone. So everything working well for Mohammad Amir. It was precision perfect. Changed the angle, removed the fielder to mid-wicket, pitched the ball up, and it was a soft dismissal in the end, scooping it down the throat of the man at colours.
When you look and you see that shot, he was so far away in terms of the bat from the body, and I think as well too, it did hit the bottom of the bat. It didn't quite come out of the screws, and cover point was quite in position in order for him to take a catch. Pretty easy catch really, but that's not the start that I think West Indies need, especially with such a huge total. It's 3 for 1 at this stage.
So it's business as usual, a wicket going down very early in the innings, and it's Darren Bravo who can certainly bat. His average is 31.86, but you know that he's got loads of talent. A wide, just slightly missing his line, Mohammad Amir.
You speak about the talent in Bravo. Here we see the dismissal delivery. Didn't seem to go with much intention of that he wanted to get things done, because to be fair, if he had gone a little harder, could have at least maybe cleared the guy at cover. He didn't. Found the bottom half of the bat, and it was Imad Wasim in good position to take that catch. Maybe Darren Bravo is having a look here, thinking, well, that was down the leg side again. Could have been a wide, but I think it could have just clipped. And so long as it does that, the pad or the tie guard, it's always that getting out clause.
Attacking the stumps and turning him around. Excellent over. Comes to an end. It's 4 for 1.
रिजी, सामने रह के थोड़ा आगे रह, इसको बल्ला बंद करने दे। ओए!
You got to somehow use your wrist, because at that angle you've got to be a little wristy, because you can't possibly force the issue with your arms, because that ball is slanting back into your pad. So what you have got to do is to target that mid-wicket and square leg. That's missing the stumps. Pushing the ball hard with your hands is going to be tough. It's fine if you want to hit it down the ground through mid-on, but through square leg and mid-wicket, got to use your wrists.
That is where Ramins, that I've always believed that the batsmen from the subcontinent, anything in that particular area, it's amazing that they've always had good wrists. I've been a fan of batsmen from that region because of the skill that they bring, whenever how quickly they can score as well. And sometimes it doesn't have to be looking to be all that aggressive. Get into the pitch and then the wrist will just come over and do the work. But West Indies got to find a way. They've got to find a way. If you need to survive at this particular level. We see Bradford trying to find a way there at some point. Was looking to hit that, I think, more over extra cover. Wasn't quite to the pitch, and with that little inducker from Imad, got the inside edge. Did bring a run anyway. But West Indies need to have something done just to create the confidence, in my opinion, going into the remainder of these matches, because the things that could be happening and the thoughts of Pakistan at this stage is to try and rub this in as best as you can. When you are in such a position, you would have heard the words used earlier, winning is contagious, and when you're winning, you should try and keep that run as much and as long as possible.
Glorious, absolutely magnificent drive from the left-hander. How graceful was that? It's 9 for 1. Mohammad Amir once again from over the stumps. He's a stylish batsman, and here's an example of that. Lovely drive, clean strike. That's more like it. All he has to do is to now look to stay in. Not worry about the run rate, just get a 50 or 100. Not worry about what the others are doing. That's well collected at point. Still looking pretty fresh. Now, you've got to admire his skill and his intelligence. He changed the angle. Came from around the stumps, and the batsman was almost covering all the stumps. So what he did, he bowled a wide delivery. Just a little wide. And he was never on top of it. Yes, it got the toe end of the bat. Had it hit the middle of the bat, it would have been a different case scenario. But this was so intelligently read.
I guess it was there for the smack to be smacked, but I don't think he was fully convinced in his mind what he wanted to get done. If you notice the lack of foot movement as well, because normally when you're looking to play such shots, you got to try and get that left foot as close as possible to the pitch of delivery. It was just waving the bat standing from his from the position that he was in at the time, and this is why I guess it did hit the bottom of the bat, because he wasn't fully extended and was fully convinced what he wanted to get done.
Nice shape. Link delivery and shaping away just ever so slightly. That's a beautiful setup, dismissal. Yeah, trying to whack it over mid-wicket and then fired a little wide and then changed the angle and straight away got a great result. The batsman was covering almost all the stumps, fired it wide, and Charles just couldn't get around that one. Couldn't stretch to the pitch of the ball because it was a wider delivery. We've been talking about Mohammad Amir and how good he is at reading the opponents.
Yeah, he's a class act. And as I said, you know, I guess when you look at the West Indian batters and see what they have to face, the Pakistani bowlers, in my opinion, have been much more competitive than we would have seen from my brothers from the Caribbean. It's a quality attack Pakistan's got. You know, you are blessed with such magnificent ability.
After 4, it's 14 for 1.
Shabai Mat.
337 playing 14 for 1. It's a well-appointed field. Talk of a bowler who knows exactly where the fielders should be. He uses them so cleverly, Imad Wasim.
But I guess when you look at that delivery itself, it was a great opportunity. You got there, and with the man in the circle, what about coming up and over? That I think would have been a much better option, and especially when you're chasing such an intimidating total that Pakistan would have posed. You're going to need every run. Every run is going to be of importance. You look at that delivery again, you can see the intention is clear, just the execution is wasn't as good as the thinking. You look at it, this is clever bowling. He's come in, just pulled it down a little bit. Imad finding the inside edge again. very, very good bowling, and especially a guy with new ball in hand.
You got to leave the crease as late as possible and try to deceive a spinner when the ball is in the flight, when he's got no control over it.
I've always said to batters, when you're looking to come, you cannot afford to come too early. One's got to wait at the point when you think there's no point of view to pull out. You must be committed, and then you can just move as late as you can. But as you move before he delivers, he can do also, he got all sort of tricks up his sleeve. He can pull it back, he can bowl it as full as he like. You got to wait until he's almost committed, and then you can do your thing.
That's better. Single into the gap. 17 for 1. Timing the ball can be difficult on this pitch, even though when you saw Babar Azam and Shoaib Malik, even Sarfraz batting, you didn't realize that it was such a difficult pitch to time the ball. But what we have seen so far from Brathwaite, 8 runs from 17, it does appear as if he's finding it tough.
Looks like a different game, especially the way I think Pakistan would have played. It would have sort of sent that message. That's a very good shot from Craig Brathwaite, playing it rather late, and with the pace of Amir, did go to the left of third man, and it sped away rather quickly. Didn't think he timed it as well as he would have liked. He had us to go and do a little bit of fetching, but in the end the result was much more of importance to the Windies than anything else.
Again adjusting very quickly. Had bowled a wide one, which was hit for a 4, and then he adjusted the very next delivery by pitching the ball in a straighter line.
I'll keep on saying, Ramesh, when you have a great attack, you know, it's always important. It adds the sort of spice that I think you need. Because of the total, Pakistan would have batted well. I guess the fielding unit would want to match that in terms of making sure that West Indies do not get near that total. Very well bowled again. You can see bowling within wicket and wicket. Very good delivery. You can see just holding up a little in the pitch. Craig Brathwaite wasn't quite sure whether he should come forward, but just hanging somewhere around. You look at the groupings here. Look at that. Very good delivery. Didn't bounce as well as I guess Craig Brathwaite would have liked. What I think would have saved him, that at least he got a little bit of bat in it, but didn't trouble the fieldsman in any particular way where the aggression is concerned.
A lot of seam-up delivery, so he has the confidence that even on a pitch like this, he's going to make that ball talk. Not worried about change of pace or variations. It's about solid seam bowling.
And that's the difference between the two attacks. You know, you see this attack is as potent as ever. You have pace, you have guys who can crank it up into the 140s, apart from maybe a Shannon Gabriel. That's the only guy who can get that sort of aggression going. We saw Jari Joseph making his debut today. It's just the difference of attack, you know, the attacks, and this is why I find maybe the West Indies at this stage, it's 22 for 1.
stifling them with his accuracy. That's how he picks up wickets.
You can see Craig Batten wanted to come at him, but then if you come too early, the batsman can also, the bowler can obviously adjust his length and line, and we have seen that on a few occasions now. You've got to wait until that last second, that when the arm goes up and when there's no pulling back factor, then you look to move.
There's not been a lot of shots played against the angle through the offside. I think some of these West Indian strikers are keen to just play him with the angle towards mid-on and mid-wicket. He's bowling in that middle and leg stump. Pakistani spinners have generally been good hitting the target. Imad Wasim gets it to slant into from middle to leg. But there's been no serious attempt made to drive him through the offside.
You've got to look for your angles, I guess. And the way I think Imad Wasim would have bowled throughout this whole series so far, it's an area where I think if you look to take him down more long on, wide long on, not so much with wicket, but yet for the ball to the face of the bat to be presented to the ball, rather than for you to start looking to hit across, because this is what I think every spinner who doesn't spin it wants, especially if he's bowling wicket to wicket. As you miss, he will hit either way. That one was tickled down the leg side. I don't think it will reach the boundary. 2 runs, 2 valuable runs for the Windies.
Yeah, I guess it's come to that. Five runs from that over. It's 26 for 1 West Indies.
.311 more runs to get from 43 overs at a rate of just about 7.23 as it stands right now. Amir continues round the wicket. Oh, it's always going to be a difficult angle to hit the stumps, but let's have a look again.
Rizwan had ample time to aim at the stumps, but he had to aim sort of 1.5 stump. Difficult one. Target is getting bigger and bigger. Do need boundaries to sort of keep it within the reach. What a delivery. Wow. That was quick, and that was straight at him. Hitting straight on the helmet. I hope he's okay.
It's obliterated part of the helmet.
Surprised him. Really surprised him. He wasn't expecting that. That protection nowadays on the back of the head just went flying all over the place. Could have easily gone onto the stumps, but we're not really worried about that at the moment. Wow. That was sharp, isn't it, Bish?
Impressive on this surface too. Yes, Bravo has an issue with the short ball. We've known it for quite a while. We saw it exploited in the Caribbean against India in the test matches. This goes to show with Amir as well. You can get it up on this surface as a nice surprise weapon.
He's generating some pace. He's into his 4th over and he's finding some serious pace.
Nice touch. A shout of anguish from Amir. Competently deflected.
A little bit offline. That ball was going toward the leg stump. After getting hit on the head, that's a brave stroke. He came onto the front foot very quickly and played it very nicely. Fine leg inside the circle. And the square leg was very wide, so big room on the onside. That's your man on the left of the screen, right on the boundary. That's very square. That's more like West Indian stroke. A little bit of room and is looking to crash it through the cover region. Bit of Lara in there. One of the best knock I've seen or I've faced or I was playing that game where Brian Lara got a big 100 against us on this ground, and he played some strokes like this. That was not the half volley. It was a good length delivery. Hit it on the up.
And just the manipulation of the bat face, the opening of the bat face to find that gap. Beautiful to watch. What this total is showing here is that there's more intensity in the running between the wickets. Even in defense, there's a positiveness about the stroke play. And so this is, I want to see the West Indies approach every innings. Not just this one. Not just this one. 36 for 1.
Eight overs gone, 36 for 1. Required run rate 7.19. Hassan Ali is coming onto the attack from the pavilion end. Very talented young fast bowler. 11 wickets so far. He's picked up 4 That's his last games where he picked up 3 wickets. He bowled quite smartly, bowled some really good slower ones. Bowled well with the new ball, bowled well with the older ball also. Very energetic, very fit.
Wakar, I thought his first spell the other night, it was only a couple of overs following, I think, the work done by Imad Wasim and Muhammad Amir was critical. It was only a short spell, but he hit his strap straight away from the first ball. His line to the right-handers was absolutely spot on, and that continued the pressure built by Imad and Muhammad Amir in that game. So a lot of credit will go to Nawaz, the spinner, but the follow-up of this young kid was brilliant for me. And he starts too straight. He's deflecting nicely, Bravo.
Well, it's never easy for a faster bowler when there is left-hander and a right-hander at the crease. It becomes very difficult to alter your length or line, and that was not the best of the deliveries. On the legs, with fine leg up, very little chance of surviving. Good use of the pace.
Can he shift his line now, maybe to around middle and off? Fine leg has dropped back onto the boundary. Deep square leg has come up. Yeah, that's it. Beautifully adjusted.
Well, on this pitch, the margin of error is very, very small. You give him a room a little bit outside the off stump. We saw it in the last over when Amer bowled a little bit wider outside the off stump. He's going to throw a bat at it. Another good delivery, slow delivery. That's the smartness of Hassan Ali. He mixed it up really beautifully. And he's got a couple of slow deliveries. His arm speed stays the same. It's just that the fingers sort of, he rolls the finger on the ball and just kill that pace. Well, I was talking about Brian Lara earlier in the last over. This is the last delivery, so probably talk a little bit more in the next over, how good he was.
Take a few overs to do that, wouldn't it? Actually swung a little bit. It would have been a decent serve up to a right-handed batsman.
Yeah, quite a few similarities between him and Brian Lara. Plays exactly like him. Of course, Brian Lara, biggest genius.
.43 for 1.
Highest run chases by West Indians in the successful run chases. 298 against the West Indians, against the South African, I beg your pardon, that was 2004. That's the most recent one. And I cannot forget the one in 1993. That was my first game as a captain. Wasim Akram was actually captain, then he got injured and I got the opportunity to lead the team. We lost a lot of wickets early on, and then Basit Ali came onto the party scoring 127 not out. One of the best knocks I've seen. Salim Malik scoring 84 also. But we had issues in the beginning. We lost early wickets. But 284 those days on this sort of surface, we thought that was more than enough. But Brian Lara had other ideas, other thoughts. Came out and scored 153. What is happening there? No idea what happened there. Straight to the fielder. Still trying to find out what exactly happened, why there was a lot of debate. There's still umpires having a chat with Mohammad Amir and Azhar Ali. Well, it's good that Azhar Ali has just came in and moved Mohammad Amir back and asked him to just move. Let me sort out this issue. We don't really know what issue is. That was quick. That last delivery was 151 kilometers an hour. And sometime Wahab, when he gets into his stride, when he gets into his action, he loses his balance and he falls away. Happened to him few times in England. He was being warned a couple of times. He was being asked to stay away from the danger area. I'm not sure if that is the reason, but he's definitely losing his balance.
Sometimes what I find happens with bowlers with that is the top half of the body rotates so quickly and just occasionally the bottom half, the legs, don't actually catch up. So you off balance, is he into that danger area? Yeah, just that first step after delivery. Just on the edge of it. Yeah, the top half has rotated so quickly. Legs that fail to catch up.
And as a bowler, you also got to make sure that you have your studs, the spikes, underneath your boots long enough to sort of stay inside that rough area. 10 gone, 46 for 1. Looks like a brand new shoes, that Wahab Riaz's shoes. And saw him falling over earlier, and in my opinion, sometime when you have those nails smaller, that's a decent size of nails. So it's not the problem. I don't think it's the nails. Sometimes you do get problems when the nails are shorter and you don't really get a good enough grip from the surface. But in that case, they look okay to me.
Both teams have come out here very intense. You look at the way Amir has hit the pitch, you look at some of the diving around in the field, and some of the intensity in the running between the wickets from the West Indies has been better, something they'll want to get even more competent at. Brathwaite struggling really to find impetus. And only in his second ODI, so that's something, because he's technically sort of limited. It'll take him a while, if he becomes successful, to find that range, to know where he's scoring. Remember, going back some years, 1995 as well here, we scored 333 against Sri Lanka. 333, and we won by 4 runs. And I say we won by 4 runs because Hashan Tilakaratne, of the last ball of the innings, was caught just at long on by Stuart Williams. So it can be a good surface on which to score at times going back through the years. And that's why I think intensity is important, even as a fielding unit, when you come out with big totals on the board.
Well, what's good to see is that there is no dew. Normally here in Sharjah, when you get a lot of dew factor also, and the pitch becomes really good to bat on. It happens few times when we were playing, but in these 2 days we have seen that it's pretty dry. Well, I came to know that they put some spray on the field also, which keeps that dry, which is good. Nicely nudged away. I don't think he hit the bat. It did just clip the thigh pad. Might be a leg bias. 2 more runs. That's 50 up. 51 for 1.
Would you have been tempted as coach, and I want you to put your coaching cap on in chasing this total, or have the West Indies gone about it the correct way in terms of allowing Craig Brathwaite to open the innings? I think it's a question that has to be asked just for discussion. I'm not critiquing it in any way, but
look, he's an opener. You're gonna go with him, and yes, you do need him to just move on with the things. You have to really keep an eye on the run rate required, and on the other side, you need batsmen to sort of keep pushing those boundaries, which we didn't really see that many so far. Bravo has been pretty good. He's hit what, 4 boundaries so far, but is that enough in the first 10 overs? Because you're chasing such a big total, you do need maybe 60 plus on the board, which I feel, yeah, losing 1 wicket, maybe 20 runs short at the moment. But it's this pitch, if there is no dew, it's not going to get better. It's going to get slower, and it's going to be hard to play those big strokes. More spinners going to come into play. Field's going to be spread. So it's good that they're building a small partnership. Partnership's definitely the key. But how long they want to just carry on like this? They don't want this required run rate to sort of go out of their reach. We saw in the last game also, till 7 is okay, because there's quite a few overs to be played. 38 overs still remaining after this. So you can afford maybe another half a point, let's go to 8. But if it goes out of over 8 and run and over, then it's going to be a huge problem. And for that, you have to run between the wicket hard, take those singles, take those risks. Because if you're not going to take risks, you're not going to get that total. He seems a good player, though. Brathwaite, I feel that, yes, he's got, what, 400s in Test match cricket? But one-day cricket, I think he needs a little bit more time to sort of get used to of it. I just saw that couple of deliveries being bowled really full up to him, and he did not drive. That's probably he's so used to playing Test match cricket, a longer version of the game.
Yeah, it's going to take some time for him to understand his way and his method and how to be effective. As I said before, he's a very smart guy. He has his limitations. He understands that. So he will need time if he is to come to terms with this. I just hope that the nature of playing in this and trying to score quickly doesn't end up affecting his Test game as well, which can sometimes happen. He's a good young man, good upstanding young fellow. Oh, sweetly bowled. 55 for 1. Hassan Ali. So critical tonight. Things have gone a little bit quiet in the last few overs. They're so critical to set up the game for the power hitters at lower middle order. Samuels to come, Dennis Ramdin, Kieron Pollard, Holder and Brathwaite, the real muscle men. The averages don't stand out to you, but it's about how quickly they can get in this situation. Elbow pays off the ball, lovely. Ramdin gets better over Samuels and then Pollard and Holder. Brathwaite has not really scored significantly in his limited 50-over career yet, but he can strike the ball as we've seen before. Hasn't played a significant ODI knock. Yeah. Are you happy, Waka, from Pakistan's point of view over this T20 and ODI series so far with the level of consistency that we've seen?
Well, I really enjoyed the bowling unit. I think the bowlers have really done a great job. Even in the 2020, they stuck to their plans. They bowled nice and straight, which really looked really good. And the fielding was pretty good. In the air, just over the top of the wicketkeeper. They might fetch 2 here, but not in control of the stroke. Yeah, they've been a really good fielding unit also. They have worked really hard on that. Good to see in the ODIs, you know, the top order scoring runs, Babar Azam scoring runs and Sharjah scoring runs. You know, we started winning from England the last couple of games. We won the one-day game and then we won the T20, and that momentum we brought here and looked really good. You know, some of the youngsters have come in and they've really brought this energy. They pumped the energy into the team. The younger captain, the new captain, Sarfraz, I think it's all working for Pakistan. New management, new coach, Mickey Arthur, definitely doing a good job with these young guys.
So 6 on the trot. You are going to be fined 10% of your match fee for using the word momentum. That's the last time I want to hear you use it in the commentary box. Stop it. Oh, he smashed that. Oh, 61 for 1. I've been impressed with the condition of the surface. I thought looking at it today, same pitch that we played on 2 days ago, I thought it looked a little bit drier maybe, but it's held together quite nicely. This is the way Bravo finished that over solidly. Wabriaz. So it's left to be seen now whether Mohamed Nawaz, when he comes, Mohamed Nawaz, whether he can get the ball to grip significantly.
He was looking to duck and then decided that it's not up there and I can pull it, and smashed it actually right from the middle of the bat. Beautiful hit. Yeah, I think we've got to wait till the time Mohamed Nawaz comes into attack and see if there is a little bit of grip, because Imad, you cannot really say that if there is a bit of spin there or no. This might go for 4. Good effort, but just ball gone for a boundary. Asa Shafiq was the man who's being a 12th man in this game.
It was well timed. Unfortunately, he pulled it back, but then it hit the trailing arm and went over the boundary. But it's good use of the pace of Wabriaz from Craig Brathwaite. Babar Azam is off the field after his exertions earlier in the day. Wonderful second ODI 100.
One thing good with Pakistan bowling unit is that they have 6 bowlers. They can always go to Shoaib Malik and ask him to roll his arm and bowl maybe 3 or 4 overs if someone's not bowling that well. And then they have the 2 left armers. Mohamed Nawaz, we have seen that he's the one who gives a little bit more on the ball and gets more spin, more purchase out of the pitch.
I don't think he'd be wary of bowling to Darren Bravo. Darren Bravo would love the ball spinning into him to hit with his spin. Nawaz bowled well in the T20s, left or right-handers. So a decent partnership actually, 62 from 75, so it's not bad. It's a nice little foundation being set. This is when I like to see this guy, Bol Bakar, and we've talked about him off here at length, Wahab Riaz, but I like to see him running in and flying in and looking to bowl quickly and stay on his feet. I thought there were a couple of times in the T20s where he overdid the variations. I like to see him when he's mostly hitting the pitch hard, not with his chest or shoulder, but he's fallen over again.
A lot of energy goes through when you hit that crease, and you have to really come out of it very, very quickly. And he's not balanced every time he bowls. He loses his balance, and then he goes down. Oh dear, that's right in the middle of the pitch. Little bit on the ball, something, maybe a thigh pad. Not being called wide, so definitely a thigh pad on it. 14 gone, 65 for 1.
Fairly decent progress by the West Indies, but their task is really a mountainous one. Bravo, despite taking one on the helmet, looking pretty accomplished. He'll have to get a big one.
Actually started batting better after that hit on the helmet. He's played some exquisite drives through the offside. Probably the first time with the bat that West Indies have offered resistance. But this test is yet to come. Still pace bowlers on offer. And you could say decent progression with the bat, but once the spinner comes on, that'll be the real test of how they can score runs.
We had a little incident in the last commentary stint where Waqar Younis was fined 10% of his match fee by the headmaster of the commentary team, Ian Bishop, for mentioning a certain word. So I'll just get it out of the way. Momentum, 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 momentum. So that means I'm doing the match for free, so I can say whatever I want now.
Probably even the tour. So what's wrong with the word?
He doesn't believe in it. He doesn't believe that you can, that this thing, which we just, as I said 10 times, because I don't want to get fined again for the next match, that it actually means anything. That you've got to basically work with your particular circumstances, that whatever went in the past is the past. Sort of like Europe in the Ryder Cup. They're probably saying, well, okay, we can put that behind us and move on today. Yeah, and he is a bit of a headmaster. He has that, not the harsh, tough sort of headmaster, but more the genial type of schoolmaster. Maybe from his days at Belmont Secondary in Trinidad.
Perfectionist. Not really.
I think that's a polite way of putting it. In the meantime, back at the ranch. Craig Brathwaite just continues to just keep it ticking over. Looking to get Darren Bravo on strike, although Brathwaite will start on strike in the 16th over. 69 for 1. This series concludes on Wednesday in Abu Dhabi. West Indies might either have the series alive or be facing another clean sweep, and then it's on to the Test series. 3 matches, the first history-making, a day-nighter, first involving these two teams, and then it's on to Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, back here to close it off at the end of the month.
This little swinger has become very popular. Shoaib Malik starts off with that floater, if you can call it. Does tend to bowl from around the wicket to both batsmen these days. Just with that finger behind the seam and making it move away from the right-hander.
Oh yes, man!
Imad Wasim does that when he comes on to bowl, getting the ball to swing in to the right-hander, and Shoaib Malik going the other way.
I'm glad we got the benefit of that super slow motion replay, because I'm still trying to work out what he was appealing for.
Yes, lovely bowling, buddy.
I can't quarrel with him too much. He did contribute 90 with the bat, played an important role in that really formidable total of 337 for 5. Babar Azam getting on back-to-back one international hundreds.
This is the test. Pace off the ball and trying to score runs from that.
Yes, buddy. Lovely bowling, Shoaib.
Just a leg by off the over. 70 for 1.
No water, guys, before 10 minutes.
West Indies reaching the point of their innings where they need to accelerate the required rate up to almost 8 runs per over. And here comes the man who did the bulk of the damage on Friday night. Mohammad Nawaz with his left arm spin.
पकड़
The more conventional of the two left arm spinners that Pakistan do have does get the ball to spin.
पकड़ ये बात सुनो
But in the previous game, the most impressive part of his bowling was his
बंद करने दो उसको
subtle variations of pace. Knew exactly when to fire it in or sort of slow it down.
यस बड़ी
It's actually almost seemed to have gone out of style to be the classic finger spinner. Like a Mohammad Nawaz. You'd have Daniel Vittori, Graham Swan, Mitchell Santner, the giant of a man, now the successor to Vittori in the Black Cap squad. Nathan Lyon, the off spinner from Australia, most successful off spinner for Australia.
ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है हसन इधर से करूँगा
Squeezes on. Just that one leg by of the last Shoaib Malik over. And now Nawaz just gone for one run.
ये
West Indies have to do better than that.
Again, just one run from the over. The asking rate is over 8. 17 gone, 71 for 1. The target is a monumental 338, so it's comparatively slow going by the West Indies, although after their capitulation on Friday, they might very well be reasonably satisfied that they've only lost the 1 wicket in Johnson Charles. Now let's take a look at that wicket.
Amir once again round the wicket and getting the ball to go away from Charles. It's a poor shot, but Amir's got his number.
Back into international cricket, Mohammad Amir, and a lot was made of that in England, given what occurred at Lord's 6 years earlier. Just that 1 wicket, but Imad Wasim as economical as ever, Wahab Riaz likewise, and the slow bowlers have come on, been right on spot, making life extremely difficult.
ओए यस ये भाई
Shoaib Malik himself got after Suleiman Ben and hit him for 5 sixes. I think one of these two have to do something similar.
Well, he's trying it, Craig Brathwaite, although it's not his style. He's the nudger, the noodler. Suleiman Ben was the one who took a pasting. But I think the Brathwaite's role is going to remain the same. Just get the other man on strike as often as possible, in this case Darren Bravo.
Required rate now over 8 runs and over, so they don't have a lot of time to nudge and nurdle.
ओए बल बोल शे भाई
They need probably a boundary and over from here on end.
हसन थोड़ा आगे आना बच्चे बाउंड्री से शाबाश शाबाश
It's all right being competitive, but need to get closer to the target to have any chance.
आजो शे भाई
Oh! Came over the pad, that's why the wide wasn't called. And again he goes up. Probably thinking he can get him bowled around his legs. Again, another quiet over. The West Indies have been becalmed over the last 3 overs, 73 for 1.
बाबर ठीक है
Good bit of teamwork. That's all part of the modern game. You expect to see this now from your deep fielders.
Toe end of the bat, but Asad Shafiq, 12th man on, does extremely well.
Oh!
Not given a wide. So it'd be interesting if that hit the bat or not.
yeah that's a way
See this pitch offering a little bit of turn, and as it tends to do, it gets slower throughout the day.
पकड़
He's tried desperately to expand his stroke play, Craig Brathwaite. For the last year and a half, he's gotten a few more runs at test level, but really hasn't come to terms with the requirements at international level in the limited over game. Scores quite a few runs for Barbados in domestic List A one-day matches. Barbados pride.
no
Obviously doesn't feature in the T20 format. That's not his game at all. The feeling is that with the West Indies continuing to struggle at the top, he can actually be an asset by even putting down an anchor for some degree in the 50-over variety.
yeah that's a way
Good finish to the over for Mohammad Nawaz. It's 77 for 1. Still very steady going by the West Indies second wicket pair.
Imad
Since the introduction of Shoaib Malik and Nawaz, last 4 overs, just 8 runs. It's almost stagnated this innings. Something has to give.
Hassan Hassan
Adjusting the fielder at a deep backward square, bringing him square and then sending the short fine leg. Ahmad Wasim in that position. And they're setting the field perfectly.
Yet another dot, so pressure building.
Don't see that very often from Craig Brathwaite. And capitalizing as well on the effort from Wahab Riaz. First boundary from in 6 overs.
Something had to give, and Brathwaite just coming down the wicket, trying to hit it over mid-wicket, went a little squarer. But he'll take that boundary, and it's much, much needed. But looked desperate. They looked like Brathwaite really was desperate coming down the wicket and having a go, but that's the situation. They're not ticking it over, so they'll have to go for these big shots now.
Quite a few West Indian fans gathered in a little grouping there. They've been singing the West Indies cricket anthem. They've been singing the champion song with DJ Bravo, although it's DM Bravo out in the middle. Very similar to what you'd see in the Caribbean when the opposing fans are together. 20 overs gone, 84 for 1. Partnership taking some time to develop, which the West Indies really don't have on their side.
Still can't come to terms with the spin that Nawaz does get. Required rate climbs up to over 8.5. I don't know how long they'll keep batting like this. They'll come to the stage that they'll have to really step on it, and maybe sooner rather than later. Don't put too much pressure on the batsman coming in if you leave it too late.
Extra run, extra ball. It seems the obvious thing, doesn't it, that the West Indies need to press on the accelerator. But you get the sense that whether it's for reasons of their performances so far, or issues off the field, or the administration, or whatever it might be, the confidence levels are very, very low. And they're not in the mental frame of mind where they feel they can just step it up automatically. They are so conscious of just capitulating once again. That's a good strike. That will help the cause.
How easy was that? Darren Bravo just stood and delivered. A fantastic hit. Just giving himself a little bit of room and swung through the line. It's out of here, out of the ground, out of the stadium.
He does have power to go with the timing and the elegance and the obvious class. Makes a habit of hitting these straight sixes. And just as we're talking about the increasing need for the West Indies to step it up, if they can get the boundary, if they can get the 6 every over, get a 402. That's going to keep them on course. That's going to keep them at least believing they can get to it.
And when they do play shots like that, you tend to just wonder why West Indies played so poorly so far on this tour. The batting just let them down. You've got Bravo, you've got Samuels, you've got Pollard, so you would think that they can get up to this run rate.
Miscued, chance for the catch, dropped. The captain put it down. Darren Bravo never moved. He felt he was gone.
Nawaz was brave enough to flight it up this time. Bravo accepted the challenge and totally mishit that. And Azhar Ali, oh, just straight up, and he's put it down. Is that a piece of luck that West Indies do need? Well, Azhar Ali, have to call it a sitter, did go sky high, but you need to catch those.
Yeah.
A went full over, comes to an end, 92 for 1.
Asking rate just about 8.5. Shoaib Malik. Still the strike rate 60 for Craig Brathwaite. Got to hit those gaps on the leg side. Trouble and gone. Gone. Good piece of fielding there at a point. Mohammad Nawaz.
Nawaz is renowned for his quickness in the field. Very good fieldsman. You can see Craig Brathwaite looking to make some room here. Very good bit of fielding from Nawaz. Actually, you may say that he was rather fortunate to get the bunks. And in the end, brilliant. No return for Craig Brathwaite. Brathwaite's gone. Brathwaite gone for 39. It's 92 for 2.
Marlon Samuels joins Darren Bravo.
Let's have a look at the wicket here now. We can see Craig Brathwaite having a to make a little room to cut. In the end, I think in terms of the fieldsman Nawaz, he was fortunate to get the bunks. Brilliant throw in the end. And that's the end of Bradway.
Was there one here?
No, I don't think so at all. You can see that when he hit it, the ball did bounce. And Nawaz moving to his right, anticipating very well, picked it up, and in one motion, the throw came in, and that was the end of Bradway.
I absolutely agree. Looking at it from that angle, I don't think Bravo would have had a chance of getting down there. But this has been a good spell from Shoaib Malik. One ball short of 4 overs for 9 runs. Okay, he hasn't picked up a wicket. 4 overs for 9. 92 for 2. Bravo on 43. Battle against Nawaz continues.
I've been very impressed with what I would have seen from Darren Bravo tonight. You can see the body language, the way the bat's been picked up in terms with that aggression. Apart from that one little false shot against Nawaz, where the Captain Ali had an opportunity to help with the dismissal of Bravo, but he's still there. West Indies will still believe that there's hope, because this is the best I would have seen him on this trip so far. His decision making has been pretty good so far, apart from that one shot, which I think he gave a chance to Captain Ali.
Yeah, both these batsmen actually got hundreds back in the Caribbean in the tri-series involving South Africa, Australia and the West Indies. So they're both capable. It's about this start, and Samuel's trying to get into stride straight away.
We all know about Samuel prowess. As you can see at this stage, it does take him a little while to get his score ticking. When you look at that total 245 to get more runs for the Windies, it looks very, very, very daunting. But Samuel is out. Samuel is off the mark. We do know that these two individuals at the crease, they're pretty capable of big runs. If they do get in, maybe we may see the sort of a competitive factor where I think we're missing with West Indies throughout the series so far. But certainly Bravo is on his way. There he goes again. Bravo went big, and I guess he would have picked that very well. And that's a huge hit. It's 100 for 2.
Darren Bravo brought up his 50 with that glorious 6 off the last ball of the previous over. His 17th in one-day internationals. And he is so instrumental against these left-arm spinners here. Because this is where he's at his very best, when the ball is spinning into him, even though he had that chance. He loved this type of angle.
That's like a golf shot. Stood his ground, swung through, made sure that you had the right club in hand, and certainly he did. As you can see, the bat is in the air, and he'll be very happy with that. The Windies will be very happy with that. The Windies supporters will be very happy with that. It's a 50. Brilliant shot. We're going to have a look at it here now again. Look at this. Someone said it went 110 meters. Why didn't he get an extra bonus for that?
He's much more at home hitting like a lot of batsmen with the spin. He has been challenged a little bit more with Shoaib Malik theoretically spinning the ball from leg to off.
But that particular delivery came right into the arc. There we see the West Indian fans didn't quite have much to shout during the T20 series. Didn't have much in the very first ODI, but at least seeing Bravo do what he does best, they'll be thinking there's a chance.
And what we saw with Samuels the other night was that he started advancing and hitting down the ground once he felt confident enough. In that 46, I think, he scored. Malik does use the angle from round the wicket, moving the ball at times from leg to off. So that's the angle he likes to create, to cause doubt in a batsman's mind. Runs, could be 4-2, could be 4. Down the hill it goes, and is 4.
In the replay, there's a little tickle down leg side. The sort of stuff that Samuel needs, because everyone knows that he's a slow starter. He's on his way. When you look at the field to Bish, with him coming around the wicket, there's always that opportunity. You have the man on the point, there's no point boundary. Extra cover is a great option, so long as you can keep your balance, watch the ball as closely as possible. There's quite some options to go on the offside.
Yeah, and that's why Malik is been so good at keeping the ball in and around Midland leg. The one that he gave length and room to was the run-out delivery ball to Craig Brathwaite, where he could have punched it for 4.
Hello?
7 off the over. It's 107 for 2. A similar point, Pakistan were 137 for 2. West Indies, though it was a good partnership, decent between Brathwaite and Bravo, touch slower than they would have liked. Imad Wasim is back. Also wondering when Azhar Ali goes back to fast bowling, goes back to seam, pace.
No one I've really got to grips with. Iman was in before. So I guess when you would have had your spinner. Wow. If there isn't a nick, I think this would be a good shout. They're congregating. One, yes, I think it's been called. This is going to be interesting. Very interesting.
I think it should be a legal delivery. What I'd be concerned about, and I don't know for a fact, was that Marlon took a half a step down the track. So I'd be concerned, not necessarily about line, but about height. Struck on the roll.
I'm telling you, it's on the roll. The amazing thing about it now is like someone who would have committed a crime, and you're sitting in the docks waiting for the jury. This is going to be pretty interesting. I guess it looks like there's a little bat and pad for some reason, but I'm not sure. It could be the pad roll before the bat from our vantage point. This is going to be a close one. Bish, let me hear your verdict.
Looks as though it's pad first. Yeah, I think the umpire, we're hearing him. You may not hear him at home, but I can tell you he said pad first. Remember, we had one like this the other night. Now, the umpire said not out, so the ball has to hit well below the bail. And more than 50% of the ball has to hit inside off or leg.
Look at the big backlift from Marlon. In the end, a little high, in my opinion. As you can see the result there. And that's the one I think Waka was speaking about, that when it's that high, for the side of the stump, you can sometimes see why, but no one caters for the one that bounces a little, that hit the top of the stump. Wow. So I guess that's a reprieve for Marlon Samuels.
But that's what I was talking about. That little half a step that he took down the track there would have said to me that height would be an issue. Remember Suleiman Ben, I think it was to Baba Azam, I think, in the first ODI right here. Similar type of review. Similar result too. Ball has to be hitting below the bottom of the bail. That didn't happen. Look at the stride. And that, to me, is what made it doubtful.
That's a good call, Vish. I felt from the moment of impact, it looked good. And that is why I think maybe we have the third umpire in the decision-making factor to make sure that everything is in perfect order. I see Marlon trying to come down the track here. To me, the bat he's picking the bat up too high, and at some point, if you're looking to play a defense, you're playing a defense. But as you can see, that's why I think the delivery did avoid the bat, because the bat was in such aggressive position that he didn't have time to get a bat on ball.
Oh! I wonder if this would have been closer than some people think. A direct hit. Oh, it would have been tight.
It would have been a photo finish. Here it is. And Bravo just taking things a little casual in the end. He knew, I think he perfectly timed. He knew exactly where he wanted to be. When the throw came in, he felt that he had everything covered. And in the end, it was proven.
Wise thing to do would probably to go upstairs again, and it is.
I believe he got in dish. You can see here he was called for a run rather quickly. Marlon Samuels is home, and as you can see, a pretty well-timed run. That's good calling from Marlon Samuels. As you can see here, he's home. He's home.
Yeah, it should be not out. I'll say again, I'd like to see whether Azhar Ali goes back to his fast bowlers now. 25th over of the innings. Has a lot of intent, Samuel, so far in the way that he... Oh, goodness me. Goodness gracious, the running between the wickets here. Upstairs again, the television umpires working for his pay.
Yeah. And Marlon is all over the place in terms of trying to get bat and ball. Look at it here. Wow. I think he could be safe. In the end, the bat look, actually the stumps was broken actually before Marlon got in, if that's correct to say, Bish. As you can see, Safras did fiddle the stumps before he did collect the ball. Yeah, so not out.
Yeah, and both the bails are off. I think that is so had he collected and then broken, I think Samuels could have been in trouble. So that's a little bit untidy from Safras.
I guess when Marlon must have seen the stumps broken, he felt that's it, I'm done. But when you saw the replay, Safras did fiddle with the stumps before he made contact with the ball. Correct decision given.
.110 for 2. If you've just joined us here, you missed a treat earlier in this match when Babar Azam got his second ODI 100, 123. Shoaib Malik was very good, 169. The partnership for the third wicket, the record for Pakistan against the West Indies. 60 from Safras finished the innings. West Indies with a good 50 from Bravo so far. Need to score at over 9 and over from here on average. Mohamed Amir is back. Holding it cross seam as we saw from Alzari Joseph. They want to get hasten and get some reverse swing as one option. Also to get the ball to skid off by holding it cross seam is also another benefit.
Especially if you have a wicket that's gripping also, Bish. It's not all the time that you have to be seam up in order for you to get results, but when you have surfaces that, as you would have had, or we would have had here in Sharjah, just crumbling a little bit at the top, if it grips, can be a very useful delivery. These guys got all the tricks in the book.
146k. Fastest.
The way in which West Indies would have gone so far, Bish, and just this little partnership as well, the partnership with Bradway and Bravo. When you have the stock in terms of where fast bowling is concerned, it's always a wonderful opportunity for any captain to go to someone like Amir, Mohamed Amir, to try and just stop the flow at this particular stage. I just think he's a class act. It's a pity we had was to miss him for 5 years, but the young man is back and he's at his very best.
At this stage too, the benefit of seam up may not be great because the ball is a lot older now and not doing a lot sideways. He's hit a good length straight away, just back of a good length, not allowing the drive, not allowing the horizontal bat shot.
And when you're at that pace too, Bish, it is always a bonus. You know, because if we all know Marlon Samuels well enough as well, he's an individual who I guess love a lot of room outside off stump. He prefers the extra cover drives, square the wicket also. Let's just have a look and see where Marlon Samuels' right foot, which position is looking to get in. Brilliant bit of feeling that. That was Hassan Ali. Not only is he good with ball in hand, but brilliant. Actually, you'd say he was rather fortunate, Bish, to have gotten the bunks that he did, and that I think helped in a very big way to make that a little bit of feeling as impressive as it did look.
Well, I think Pakistan's ground feeling, not necessarily their catching, but their ground feeling has been better in this match than at any point during the tour so far. Again, good stop. 113 for 2. Asking rate going up to 9.5. Ahmad Wasim. So Vivian, what I think you're seeing from Marlon Samuels, you talked about his backlift. What I think you're seeing is a guy who has a lot of intent. He wants to score. He wants to go big early. And that's why there's such a steepness to the backlift early in his innings.
The bat's been picked up with a lot of aggression. But one's got to remember that you're facing someone as clever as Ahmad. Every time that he sees him coming, he will drag it down. And it's pretty much a battle for Marlon Samuel at this stage. Pretty well bowled by Ahmad. Bravo having a slash outside off stump. Here he goes. That was an opportunity for him to have a dash at that. Good offer, but no connection. Now, that's going down leg. I don't think there's any need for you to go upstairs for that. Bravo picking the line more than anything else. And because it was fired in, just happened to miss or make in contact with that delivery. But very well bowled again from the spinner.
Yeah, pitched outside leg. He's got to bowl straight. He can't give room outside the off stump. He doesn't have a sweeper on the offside. And his length has got to be precise. Anything in Darren Bravo's reach, he will look to go down the ground or leg side. No one right of his screen sweeping apart from long off. No one square. Goes in his arc and he goes down the ground where he's so strong.
Where's the ball? Well, this is not a baseball game. You got to throw it back. You cannot keep it. Here he goes again. And this is where I think if Bravo's going to be successful having a go at Ahmad. Well watched. It's like a golf shot. Perfect golf shot. It's like, you would say, a 9-iron or so, Bish. Big shots. And this is into the max zone. Look, you look at this. Well pumped up. Well watched as well. Magnificent. And then the power comes into play.
Well, this is his value of staying at the crease to the West Indies team, battling against these left-arm spinners. He's an ever-present threat with the ball, theoretically, from the left-arm spinners. 121 for 2. Amir. Oh, that's a good delivery. As I would think, if you're Bravo and you watch the first over and the back of a length bowling, you probably, in the back of your mind, think about that pull shot that he's going to bowl back of a length. Well, that was a perfect length from Amir just now.
Because if you notice Marlon Samuels, he's just sitting back, especially the one that he pulled through mid-wicket previously. He had a lot of power on that, but in the end it was pretty well fielded by Ali. I think Marlon will be looking to just sit back, and anything slightly short, he'll be looking to have a tug through mid-wicket. This is going to be, these last 5 balls are going to be pretty interesting for us to see exactly the intent of Marlon Samuel. This time was pretty well bowled. As you can see, the bat again coming up with all that aggression. But then, I think it was a slow delivery to somewhat. And in the end, Marlon Samuel had us to make the adjustment. And in the end, it wasn't a dot ball. Still keeping the score ticking. At this point, it's very important that you keep turning the strike over. That's the sort of stuff I love. And if you're a fast bowler, Bish, I've seen you bowl a few times as well, and you always seems to bring that aggression. You look at this, some very good bouncer, and apparently Bravo not utilizing the crease as well as he would have liked. Looking to pull that on the front foot was too good in terms of pace. Very good delivery.
Yeah, I like the height of it as well. I think if you're going to go short, you don't want to be waist high or even chest high. You want to be neck high. No ball or no? Yeah, just 2 for the over.
And that's 2 pretty good ones as well. Because Bravo's, you can see the intent. Bravo is looking to be aggressive. He's looking to utilize the pull. But if you're going to pull, you've got to utilize maybe your feet movement as well too, Bish. He's standing from the crease and in the end, pulling out, and I think that was a pretty wise choice.
Again, very good height for the short ball. Just 1. The ball has carried through on this surface. When the fast bowlers have put it in tonight, they've gotten a result out of it. The ball has come up quite nicely around head high at pace.
And this is the aggression of the Pakistani bowlers. You know, have someone like Mohammad Amir. He's a highly rated competitor. Bravo, who's in good nick at present. And as you can see, those 2 deliveries did get the respect that I think they deserve from Darren Bravo.
Mohammad Jamil, the groundsman on the right, he's been here for apparently 226, all the games here at Sharjah. And I think he's produced a decent pitch here. A little bit of holding, not too much. Batsmen can play their shots, and it's gone through quite nicely. So take a bow, Mohammad Jamil.
Yeah.
126 for 2.
bit of counter-punching from West Indies, even though the required rate is touching 10, but this has been a lot better effort from their batsmen, especially from Bravo, who's been in silky touch, 61 from 73. Waqar, do you like this guy, Hassan Ali? You think he's got potential?
Well, so far he's been outstanding. I mean, he bowled really well in English conditions also. He seamed the ball around, and the really good thing about him is that the variation. Understands the game really well. He doesn't really swing the ball big deal, but when it comes to one-day cricket on this sort of surface where you have to bring those variations, got to bowl those yorkers and slow deliveries, I think he's very smart.
The man in the beard is a very important person because he drives us back to the hotel. Oh, that's brilliant. That is absolutely fantastic effort from Hassan Ali. They're still going to see whether that's hit the stumps in time before the batsman was in or not. But this is, I mean, unbelievable presence of mind, really, to go hard after finishing the ball and to know at which end to target the batsman. There you see that slide skate, direct hit, and I think it's what, 50-50? Waqar says it's out, and it surely is. Magnificent piece of fielding, breathtaking. And he must have been blocked by the batsman, but he turned around so quickly and hitting the stumps on the full. Fantastic. Absolutely first class from Hassan Ali.
Young legs, fresh legs did the trick. He was so quick after delivering the ball. It was a good delivery, right on money, a yorker length, and got a huge wicket. Things were looking good for West Indies, and now back to square one. 61 Bravo of 74 deliveries, 127 for 3.
Dinesh Ramdin is in. Bravo was building up momentum so very well for West Indies, but a run out by Hassan Ali, who threw the ball on the turn and hit the stumps at the non-strikers end. How cool was that? Really was brilliant piece of work. Good athleticism from him.
That's another slow bouncer. And how quick he was getting to the ball. Look at that. Very, very quickly on the turn and got up very quickly. That was the key. He had 3 stumps to aim, but wonderful job. Beautiful delivery, and look at that. That is something to watch. You can see it again and again.
Yeah, you just saw the look of amazement. That's gone up in the air, mid-off cover. Who wants it? And that's grasped. Asad Shafiq there, the 12th man, dropping a difficult catch. He had to come in, and then when he got steady, he didn't do a very good job of it. This, when you there, under the ball, then you need to take such catches. It's a difficult one, but not an impossible one.
He didn't look catching that one because he was never in control. As he was running, you could see from here, especially sitting here, you could see that he's never in control. The ball was going away from him. Did give it a good go, but just a little bit too short.
Right, innings need another start now. Samuels is on 17 round, they're not yet off the mark. He hasn't faced a single delivery. But you wanted a set batsman to continue right till the end and make a fist of things, but Bravo played a dashing innings and got out just at the wrong time for the Windies. Courtesy, outstanding run out from Hassan Ali. There are things to like about this Pakistan side and how they've performed in this series, but the fielding effort has been right at from the top draw. I think that's where they've improved quite well. The fitness levels certainly have improved because you need to be to pull it off in such conditions.
Apart from the catching, I would say, because we've seen today two catches went down, one by Azhar, one by Asad Shafiq.
Yeah, I forgot about those two catches, but two runouts. So at least the ground fielding has been pretty good, but generally, overall, you'd give them, what, about 70 out of 100 for a good piece of fielding right throughout the series. It's not easy out there. It's hot, it's humid. They're dominating this West Indies side, so you can relax a bit in the field, but the ground fielding has been electric.
Well, the energy level is really good. The awareness of the game is really good. What I've seen recently is that they move very quickly. They get their eyes on the captain, which sometime I've seen that the players are a little lost. But in the last few games in the T20 and now even, you see that the captains have got an easier job because the guys know their roles. Between the overs, they change very, very quickly. That also indication that the guys are all involved in it.
Yeah.
6 runs, 6 singles in that over. It's 1-3-5 for 3. So with 10 runs and over required, so who can win this for the Windies? Pollard has got a healthy strike rate of 94, Holder with a strike rate of 92, and then Brathwaite with a strike rate of 75. But they are quite capable of teasing Pakistan and maybe making it tough for them and drag this game right till the end. That's well stopped at point. So Pakistan must not relax, because if this partnership can go for another 5, 6, 7 overs, it'll allow the big strikers to come and just blast their way through. It'll be a little easier for them rather than looking for those ones and twos and establishing the platform. I think if given the choice and if they play it right, the last 10 overs for Pollard, Jason Holden and Brathwaite could mean an interesting end.
They're definitely capable. All these batters, Ramesh, you named. I don't think the strike rate even matters. What we just saw, the strike rates are in the 80s and 90s. You definitely need a lot better strike rate to win this game. Yes, they have the capability of going 140 strike rate, or maybe more even. They can finish the game in a couple of overs, a couple of big overs. But for that, yes, you need to have that platform. You know, you need to get to the maybe 40th over with the run rate round about 10, 11, or maybe 12 maximum. Because once it goes over 12 or gets into 13, 14, then it becomes difficult. One good over game can go either side. But 20 overs remaining, 200 runs is not easy. But they have the players who can make it happen.
Top edge will earn him a 4. That's how he usually plays Samuels. He clears the front leg and wants to hit the ball through the off and leg. Even though he can be predictable, yet he is effective.
West Indies do need a little bit of luck also. They need these boundaries, these edges. They don't want to see those edges going into the hands. They would like more edges to go into the boundaries.
Such a good delivery, clever piece of bowling. After being hit for a 4 of a bouncer, the next delivery is back of the hand, slower one, and beats Samuels, who's looking for a big, massive strike. That's so well delivered.
Didn't take him really long to sort of adjust in this format or in sort of this cricket, international cricket. It takes a little bit of time for a younger player to come and settle himself. But Hassan Ali is finding his feet very, very quickly. 141 for 3.
Samuels is climbing up the ladder. He's in great company. Talking about the giants of the game in Viv Richards and Brian Lara and Gordon Greenidge, especially. Chris Gale as well.
सही है सही है सही है
I think a cameo is required from Ramdin. Samuels will play like this. Obviously, he's trying hard to hit the ball hard, but Ramdin cannot afford to go at this strike rate of 83, 84. It has to be around 100, 105 to allow a bit of allowance for the rest of the batsmen to come, because you wouldn't want big strikers at Pollard. That's into the gap and 4. That's a very good shot. Nawaz is not too happy, but that angle was picked off so smartly by Samuels.
Well, they have to start targeting people, and then no better than Nawaz. He's not really turning that much, so it's easy to sort of target him, pick him, and hit in the gap.
Yeah, we've been calling for positive intent from the Windies, and today we are seeing some. First from Bravo and now from Samuel. So, but they must ensure that they do not leave a lot of work to be undertaken in the last 10 or 12 overs by the big strikers. Got to maintain the strike rate, which can be achieved. The required rate is almost 11 now. That's gone up in the air. This is safe. No mid-wicket. Fielder from square leg came in, so it was well executed in the end, even though he played it against the spin, but need this kind of a flourish from Ramdin.
There's no mid-wicket, so Azhar Ali is just asking the batsman to play against the spin, which he is looking to play that. He was successful earlier, hitting 1 boundary in this over. That was Samuel. But this time around, it went in the air. It went a long way.
That one kept just a little bit low, and it's the dot that last delivery. It's 149 for 3. Well, there's a bit of a gap, but that can be narrowed if West Indies play their hands. Play a good hand and make sure that they have some partnership. This partnership is 23 from 22. Every now and then they need to take a risk. Go for that big 4 or a 6. He's got 4 overs left, Imad Wasim. 6.1, none for 27. Let's see how he handles pressure. He's been in great form, wicket-taking form. Doesn't give them anything where they can get under the ball. It's just all too flat and at a good length area.
I'm really surprised that the West Indians haven't really got the method to play against him. They're still struggling. They know that he swings the ball into the right-hander. And it's amazing the way he bowls. Definitely very smart bowler. He varies his pace. He keeps it within the stumps. But West Indians, they're struggling. Big struggle for them against him.
That's more like it. That's gone for 6. Bit of a competition for Imad Wasim. The first 6 hit of his bowling, I think probably in the series, is I think probably considered a 6 before, but this was solid shot.
Well, maybe this is the way. Maybe this is the method to play him. Use your feet. We've been screaming about it. That is the way. come down the pitch and hit him over the top. Beautifully hit, went flat and long.
Yeah, terrific bat speed. Will he go again? Covers the stumps. This one is driven through the offside for a run.
Fair enough, Pakistan do look in control at the moment, but they don't want to forget, or they shouldn't forget, that the men to come are very much capable of scoring at any rate.
Got to put pressure on Pakistan and see how they deal with it. It's not happened in the T20 series. It did not happen definitely in the first ODI. Pollard padded up. That should be interesting viewing when he walks into bat. That's gone up in the air.
Rizwan is the man. Oh, another one gone down. And he pushed it over the boundary for 6 runs. End of the over is 165 for 3.
Samuels, 44 from 40. There's a bit of drama attached to this shot. There's a chance created. It wasn't such a solid blow, and Rizwan, one of the better fieldsmen, tipped it over the fence there. I think probably mindful of the fact that he was near the fence, and that obviously didn't help to solve matters. Just got into an awkward position. This reverse cupping a catch is not Pakistan's forte. This Australian way of catching the ball, but Rizwan is a good fielder, and catching really has left a lot to be desired today. They've been pretty ordinary when it comes to catching. Wahab Riaz coming on for a little burst here. 3 overs, none for 11.
That was hit quite nicely. It was in the air for a long time. I think Rizwan was thinking that he is too close to the boundary line. That really created that doubt in his mind, that is he going to go over the top? Is he going to touch the rope? In that confusion, I think he was double-minded and not really focusing or concentrating on the ball.
Pakistan clearly are making it tough for themselves. 150 kph that last delivery. Wow. 3 catches were grass. This was a sitter. Azhar Ali there, and then Asad Shafiq, 12th man, then Rizwan. And as a result, they've allowed West Indies a look in.
Normally, all 3 fielders who have dropped these catches, pretty safe hands. Azhar in the test matches goes into the slips, and it's pretty safe hand. Asad Shafiq has done the gullies, and he's one of the better ones, and he's probably the best one out of the lot. Very unusual. Can Samuel cash into it? Can he make the game out of it? He's on 44 of 40 deliveries. He hasn't really gone for it yet. He's the capacity of hitting big sixes.
Had an anxious moment against Wahab Riaz in the last game, where he exposed almost all the stumps and was castled. Look at where he ended, outside the leg stump. That was quick and straight, kept just a little bit low, but that wasn't the reason for him being bowled. I think it was just a technical issue or two.
I think that's what Wahab is trying to do it again. When he bowls to Ramdin, he bowls over the wicket, and then when Samuel comes on to strike, he goes straight away, goes to round the wicket. He knows that Samuel looks to clear his front leg and look to hit through the cover and exposes his stumps. And that's what Wahab is looking to target, those stumps.
I think he's got to do better than this because, yeah, I mean, he's a willing striker. 168 for 3. Required rate is 10.63 down the track, inside edge. Will get runs. At least 2, yes, 2 runs taken. Yeah, Ramdin wants to hit the ball, but it's just that he wants to hit it anywhere. There doesn't seem to be a lot of planning behind his big shots. Just looking a bit rustic. Oh, that's well stopped. I meant rusty, not rustic.
He's on to his 8th over. Imad was seemed brilliantly fielded. Azhar Ali, no man on the boundary on the offside. So he's definitely saved 3 runs. Just one bounce straight to Malik, who's a mid-on, deep mid-on. Lack of bounce didn't allow Samuel to sort of get under it.
So again finds the field, even though it wasn't such a bad try, making room and trying to hit the ball through the offside. There's no protection for Imad through the offside. There's only one at long off. So if you find the gap through cover or point, you can earn a boundary. This is good bowling. Pakistan making sure that the defense is good. It's all about now falling back on good defensive play.
Very well bowled.
174 for 3.
Two more, even though the required rate is climbing now towards 11 runs per over. Waqar Younis made the point that if the West Indies can just stay in touch by the 40th over, 11, 12 thereabouts, no more than that, with wickets in hand, they might actually have a chance. Helped, of course, by the chances that were put down. He's been dropped twice already, Marlon Samuels, and he's 1 away from 50. $50 for Samuels and the 50 partnership.
$28.50 just off 45 balls. And required rate of almost 11, but West Indies are known for power hitting. And maybe if they break this down, say in 10 overs they need 100 or something, they would fancy themselves, because it's not a big ground. They like clearing it. And if somebody like a Pollard or even Brathwaite gets a few in, tries to go over cover, doesn't get all of it, but good enough for a couple of runs. Mid-off was up and Ramdin targeted that area, just giving himself a little bit of room, but just didn't get the middle of the bat. For the first time in this series, there's a little bit of pressure on Pakistan.
Back past the bowler, still only for 2. And it has to be said that some of that pressure is self-inflicted because of the errors that we've talked about already. Still, you have to give the West Indies credit for at least trying to put up a fight. And that's what they're going up against. History is very much against the West Indies getting to 338. They've never managed a target of over 300. 27 opportunities, 27 lost. Well, if he'd kept his feet, he might have had a chance of a caught and bowled.
He's bowling some serious pace though. It's 146 that, and it's hit Ramdin's bat up near the handle. That's why it's gone nowhere. Just fallen over, or he might have been in with a chance. But it's the pace that's done Ramdin yet again. It's so quickly onto the bat that he got no timing on it.
Nine runs off over number 36, the required rate over 11 at 183 for 3. Another useful partnership between Marlon Samuels and Dinesh Ramdin, keeping West Indies just within touching distance of having a chance. They put on 192 during the Tri-Nation Series in the Caribbean as Hassan Ali comes back into the attack. And this is actually a good sign for the West Indies. When you can see Pakistan gathering in a huddle, almost a bit of a committee meeting involving the captain, the T20 captain, senior pro in Shoaib Malik, Imad Wasim also there. There is obviously some concern in the Pakistan camp.
Another first for the series. Hassan Ali comes into the attack. But they'll enjoy the pace on the ball though. But Hassan Ali mixes it up well. He bowls a lot of slow ones. Back of the hand, slow one, slower bouncer. Fine leg up in the circle. So maybe Ramdin might look for that ram shot. That's the boundary option with the fine leg up in the circle.
Well, they're going to reach a point where they'll have to decide whether we go for it with everything, all guns blazing. And if we go down, give others to come an opportunity, at least to have a go, because you wouldn't want to have a situation 14, 15 runs per over, and only then someone like a Kyron Pollard or Carlos Brathwaite comes to the crease. They need to have a decent go and decent opportunity. Extra piece again, cramping him.
First 3 balls we've shown, Hassan Ali has shown his ability to change pace. A slow one, then an attempted Yorker, then delivery of 135 kph, back of a length. So no 2 balls does he bowl the same length or with the same pace.
Just out of his reach. Everything has to go the West Indies way. He knew that was a change of pace, deceived by it, and they'll be delighted that he still got 4.
Back of the hand, slow one this time. Just a tad short, and Samuels waited on it. Loves hitting it through the offside, and this time he went over extra. You know, when Samuels strikes it, it does stay hit. Would Samuels be the guy to bat through the innings, the one sort of a finisher type role for him? Ramdin probably needs to up the ante and really have a dart.
That's a difficult one. I think they both have to have a go, because at this stage it's not like earlier in the innings where you could endure a bit of Craig Brathwaite. Everyone has to go swinging, and that's 4 more. 11 runs from the over, 194 for 3.
Round. It's a quick delivery, big inside edge, gone with the left hand. It was quick, very little time to react. Difficult one, but Sarfaraz stats high standards. He should have got that.
Played on. Backing away once too often this time. Marlon Samuels, luck has run out.
Second time in the series, cleaned up by Wahab. Short of the length, 146 kph. Just stayed a tad low, but late on it. Wahab Riaz with that angle does for Samuels. He's out for 57. It's 194 for 4.
He's yet to live on this store for the West Indies with the bat Kyron Pollard, his 100th one-day international. He has the chance now, as difficult as it will be, given the quality of the Pakistan attack, their determination to win the series ahead of the final match.
Again, just too quick from Wahab. Stayed on the back foot, misjudged the length a little bit, but in the end was undone by extreme pace.
Got him twice in as many matches, Wahab Riaz.
And with the old ball, Wahab, when he bowls this pace, it's pretty accurate as well. Might have just stayed down a tad, but the plan works once again for Wahab.
And you know, it will always look like if it stays down, because really Samuel should be on the front foot. The same thing happened a couple of nights ago, because he has adopted this style of being on the back foot and more leg side, that invariably when his defense is breached, he's cramping down on the ball as if it's kept low. But again, he's on the back foot even to full length deliveries.
First ODI, again slipped through his defense, late on it. No real foot movement, but it's actually Wahab's pace that unsettles him.
This has been a very good over from Wahab. Not just the wicket, but only 2 runs from the over so far. And if they know this man, as they should, they shouldn't be putting anything within his reach full length. Short about the body. Trying to limit his scoring opportunities, trying to minimize his range for those big swings, those powerful swings of the bat. Just 3 runs from the over. And required with climbing towards 12. 197 for 4. Hassan Ali to bowl his 8th over. Just a bit of anxiety still among the fans here in Sharjah.
The problem West Indies do face is that it's not a wicket where you can just walk in and start hitting those big hits. Just need to get used to the pace of the track. And now time's really run out, so they have no option.
Of course, you can look at opportunities missed by Pakistan, but opportunities missed by the West Indies as well. You mentioned the phrase run out and the run out of Darren Bravo. The way he got out, and we were looking at it again. Maybe they're having that discussion themselves. Looking back towards the ball and the throw came, found short of his ground. Some elementary errors. .200 is up. They're thinking of the second. Ramden wisely sends Pollard back.
Still a long way to go. 12 now, the required run rate. It's quite impressive, Hassan Ali. Again, he's a young man. He bowls the Yorker, bowls the slow one, mixes it up. He's sort of a modern day fast bowler, if you can call it that. And since he's come into the Pakistan team, he's been under the pump sometimes, but he's come up with the goods.
Yeah, because in the modern day, you are required to have all of these variations. It's probably unthinkable to even contemplate that someone like a Michael Holding, who would have been all about raw pace, express pace, or a Jeff Thompson, for example, were they playing in the modern era, they would have been expected to have a slow ball. But the era then was very, very different. They've still got a tremendous amount of enthusiasm in the stands. Good strike, that's gone. That's cleared the rope. Ramden does pack a punch once he gets it off the middle of the bat. 2:08 for 4 at the end of the over.
Last ball, last over. Little slow one, but Ramden picked it. Stayed back in the crease and smoked it out of the ground.
Well, that one was just too quick for him. Again, the extra pace, for all the talk about variations and change of pace, when you've got that extra bit of pace, extra bit of speed, it's going to win you matches.
Relies on that pace and beats him for pace. Thumbs go flying, Wahab. Pace and accuracy. More often than not, does the trick. Just looks a fair delivery. Wahab gets his man the old-fashioned way. So that's it for Ramdin. Wow, with his pace, cleans him up for 34. It's 209 for 5.
When you've won a world title with 4 consecutive sixes in the last over, it's a burden in some respects because it's going to be expected every time you walk to the crease. Carlos Brathwaite is far too pragmatic to fall for that sort of thing, but when you really think about it, the way things have gone on this tour for the West Indies, as we look at the dismissal of Dinesh Ramdin, late on the shot, cross-batted, leg stump cartwheeling, spectacular sight, always loved by a fast bowler and fans of that sort of cricket, quality cricket. But for the West Indies to have Brathwaite and Pollard at the crease needing 12 runs per over the last 10 and a bit, it's probably the best position they've been in the series.
The quality and the variety in Pakistan's attack just makes them such a dangerous side. We have Wahab's extreme pace. We have Amir, who's an extremely intelligent bowler, and then the spinners. So once they get a half-decent score on the board, you cannot write them off. Once you get something over 300, it becomes extremely difficult.
Certainly the West Indies can really do with anything they can get from Pakistan, whether in the way of extras. We've seen 3 catches put down. Darren Bravo from 43, he got to 61. Marlon Samuels missed on 3 occasions before he fell for 57. Just need some sort of lifeline.
But with the old ball, Wahab has once again impressed. The old-fashioned, as you would like, Fazir, just fast bowling. No slow ones, no cutters, just extreme pace.
Latched onto that one. Has he cleared the boundary? No, but we'll get 4. Once more, Wahab tumbles over with the effort.
A good clean swing off the bat and away it went. He's blessed with power and his bat swing always under control. Didn't move after hitting it.
And now the deep mid wicket has gone out, plugging that area. There he is, together with the long on. Mid off is in on the circle. There's just going to be that level of anxiety on both sides. Once Pollard and Brathwaite are there and that required rate doesn't blow out way beyond 12. At the moment, it is exactly 12. 12 per over, 2 runs per ball. 10 overs to go after this delivery. Ten overs left, 217 for 5.
Runs and over needed of the last 10. West Indies do have power hitters, but it's a big ask. 121 runs. Hassan Ali does bowl a lot of change-ups and with very little difference to his stock delivery, the quicker one, if you could say that, and then the slow one. You can't really pick it up. There's no obvious sign, just a little off-cutter right at the end. Was it all the talk about Pollard's big hitting, and he's in his 100th game and he's averaging just 26, so at the international arena he's not really arrived with his batting. Seen him a lot in sort of T20 leagues where he's decimated attacks, but not so much at the international level.
Just the single again. You're absolutely correct, and it's borne out by those numbers. There was a period 4 years ago when he was certainly far more consistent, got a couple of hundreds, one in India, one in the Caribbean, and it looked as if he was going to develop into a much more consistent player in the 50-over variety. But yes, for someone with all of that reputation, should have better numbers. But it's sort of like the Carlos Brathwaite situation, because given the modern environment, all it takes is one spectacular innings and you're suddenly got a reputation. He actually got his name playing in the Champions League for Trinidad and Tobago in 2009 when he scored a match-winning half-century of 20-odd deliveries against the New South Wales Blues. Then came the big contracts in Australia, in India. He's had some spectacular performances, true, but the consistency for the West Indies, and certainly in the 50-over variety, has eluded him.
Certainly could do with a spectacular innings here. It's a small ground. Just needs a couple of hits to get him going. Both these Batsman hit it long and hard. We all know that. But on this surface with sort of wily bowling, is it too much to ask? 116 or 55 balls?
But in the context of what's going on, an excellent over from Hassan Ali. Just 6 runs, 6 singles off the over, 223 for 5. Hassan Ali has just 1 over left. Wahab Riaz 3. We've got 9 overs left in the match. West Indies required to get almost 13 runs per over as Muhammad Amir comes back on. Got the wicket of Johnson Charles pretty early up.
Luxury of replacing Wahab with Amir. The back end of the innings. And he also does possess pace. And he's a very clever bowler, outthinks the batsman most of the time.
West Indies need much more than these quick singles to stay in with a chance. They need to get a big over. At this stage, they need to get the sort of over where you've got a couple of sixes, a 402, 20-run over somewhere along the line. But the quality of this Pakistan bowling is really limiting that prospect almost to nil. That's gone away for 4. Full toss, edged away.
Attempted Yorker and an attempted hit to leg which gets the outside edge. Is flown away. Third man was up, so a lucky boundary, but they need boundaries. Brathwaite gets a streaky one, but they need more of those.
This is the value of genuine pace, and we've talked about it already. You compare it with the West Indies situation where in the first ODI they had Shannon Gabriel. In the second they had Alzari Joseph in his first ODI. But nothing else really by way of genuine pace.
Especially on pitches that don't offer a lot of lateral movement. Come back for 2. But again, the required rate is above 13 now. They need a blitz. Need a blitz from Brathwaite or Pollard where they just go berserk in 1 over to give them some chance.
Even if the batsman might be willing, the Pakistan bowlers don't seem to be in the mood at all. 231 for 5.
$107 more required. The summation of the match so far, Pakistan through Babar Azam and Malik got a substantial total. West Indies giving it their best, hitting 107 from 8 overs. Wahab Riaz has switched ends. Oh, this will go upstairs. Sarfraz thinks that he has his man. We saw Hassan Ali execute a brilliant run out of Darren Bravo earlier.
Oh, is he short of the crease? He's gone, he's gone. He's short of the crease, and well, you've got to call it dopey piece of cricket, really, because he had what? He's tall, had to take 2-3 steps to get back into the crease, and that has to dent West Indies at this stage, because they've lost a real hope in the shape of Brathwaite. But credit to Pakistan and their ground fielding. They've been outstanding at hitting the stumps on the full. Gone for 14, it's 2-3, 1 for 6.
Holders at the non-strikers end. Pakistan have got a couple of very athletic and mobile and agile fast bowlers in Wahab Riaz and Hassan Ali. Let's look at this run out here. Brathwaite was just falling through and looking for that turnover of the strike. They like it in the dressing room. Mickey Arthur loves it. Steve Rickson, the fielding coach there, will be pleased with their ground fielding tonight. Exclamation mark. Oh, good pace.
And also their fitness. I think if you can eke out a run out in the 43rd, 44th over of the innings, you know that you're not that tired. This was good, good direct hit from Wahab Riaz. He recovered just in time to hit the stumps, and Brathwaite there knew that he was in deep, deep trouble.
I thought Hassan Ali's was even better. I thought the ability of Hassan Ali to follow through, to gather the ball and spin and throw accurately showed good awareness. Here's the run out of Bravo. I mean, that's very good.
Yeah, compared to Hassan Ali's, this was rather straightforward, but he had to hit the stumps, and so he did. You can get a bit incoherent when you have to change direction in your follow-through, and so I thought he did a very fine job there, Wahab Riaz.
For the third time, and again tonight from different commentators, I espouse and concur with everything that has been said about Wahab in that I like him when he's running in, when he's bowling quickly, most of the time, only throwing in the odd variation rather than overdoing the variation. His pace is superb. He's had a telling impact on this game. Of course, he's got that change-up, but it's all set up by his pace. 2-3, 3 for 6. Sunil Narayan has struck the ball a couple of times quite nicely on this tour. Imad Wasim back into the attack, 8 overs for 48, no wickets. Jason Holder on strike. That is 4. He loves to play the ball inside out, and he does so with a great degree of flourish.
Got to take it to the end, West Indies. Some important blows being struck against Imad Wasim, just letting him know that we are here to compete. They've been rather timid against him throughout this series. Good thing about this performance is that they've been competitive. At least we had a game today. Required rate 15 and over. If anybody was to do it, it's Pollard. Catch is the call. He misses the infield, so a couple of runs for Pollard. It's a heavyweight puncher. Pollard miscuing that one. It was quicker and a little wider from Imad Wasim, trying to stay away from his range.
Well, boy. Easy, Umar, easy, Umar.
Need a 4 or 6 of the last 2 balls. A big shot is required.
Well, boy. सही है मार एक बॉल अच्छा कर दे बेटा शाह माद एक बॉल अच्छा कर दे शाबाश well boy
11 of the over, 244 for 6. .94 more at a rate of nearly 16 per over. 4 wickets left. Jason Holder on strike. Third man fine leg up. Deep fielder square of the wicket either side and down the ground. Uphill slightly and into the breeze for Wahab.
Bowling quick and he seems to be in good frame of mind. Look to be more in control in this contest. Going at 145 kph. Follows it with a slow one. That's good thinking.
Just going back to Pakistan's batting tonight, one of the things they did well was rotating the strike. They only had 108 dot balls tonight in their batting effort. I think the other night they had 120 odd. West Indies at the 40th over had already soaked up 121 dot balls.
I thought Babar Azam was clever today in that area, Bish, because he rotated the strike cleverly. I asked him that question in an interview also after the game, and I said, were you worried that you weren't rotating the strike when you were in your 60s? He said, yeah, I mean, I was told to just take it easy and not get out. And he played a lovely hand because he got 100, so that nullified the effect of not rotating the strike that consistently. But today he was outstanding. I thought it had everything, a nice spread of fours and singles and twos, and his fitness was up as well. It's a hard task really to survive this. Wahab Riaz is gasping for breath. Look at the sweat on him. He's like in the final round of the heavyweight championship. Not exactly battered and bruised, but is sweating profusely.
Squeezed away for 4. It will bring up the 250 for the West Indies.
That's an excellent shot because it wasn't such a bad ball, but just slanting the blade and finding the gap. It was beautifully crafted. Found the gap to perfection. Wristy. Very nice.
Seven off the over, 251 for 6. Enterprising knock from Marlon Sam Mills. Darren Bravo looked very positive tonight. Unfortunately, run out. His innings curtailed. Mohamed Amir has picked up 1 wicket tonight. Back into the attack. He's got to play with some intent now, Pollard. There's no sense in looking for a draw at this stage.
Yeah, between overs, he's asking for help. He's definitely struggling, yeah. Water, more water.
I like to see that though, Ramiz, and I think when you see him bowl himself into the ground literally because he's fallen over a couple of times. When he has his bad days, I think selectors need to remember that, because when he's unsung, and he was unsung tonight, he's giving his all. He's putting everything on the line, and that is what you want for your team. And I think selectors and fans need to bear this in mind when they see the effort that he's put in and remember it in the off days that he may have.
I guess what he needs to develop is his go-to delivery when he's not having a great day, and there you see him falling over just a little bit because he's trying extremely hard, and round the wicket, over the wicket. He can develop that a bit of a fallback position. He's only developed a fall over position right now, but that's gone. Up and over the infield into the fence. I think then he'll be a little bit more relaxed when he's not having a good time of it. He's all over the place when he's struggling because he doesn't seem to have plan B, plan C, or a delivery that can help him out. Maybe a Yorker, maybe a slow bouncer, something. He doesn't have that kind of an issue or a problem. Mohammad Amir is extremely smart and intelligent in that regard.
Yeah, that is an interesting point. Mohamed Ara is blessed with a more repeatable action, and probably he's thinking maybe slightly more aligned as well, sometimes under pressure. I think with Wahab now at 31, more than likely with a low arm and everything, you probably have to take a lot of what you get now. But I want to see him when he plays. It depends on his rhythm, run in and bowl quickly. Oh, Pollard just not firing at all. 258 for 6. Nine for 42 and 2 for Wahab Riaz, who will bowl now his final over to Jason Holder. Oftentimes he's done that here.
Yeah, he's running in well, even though he's had issues with no balls and all. In this series, he's looked a lot better in that area. Base, and with that left arm angle, it becomes even harder for a batsman, especially if he's clicking around 150, 145. That's gone. Once it was past the infield, it was always going to hit the fence. This is turning out to be a good little knock here. Holder outscoring Pollard, 25 from 16. Pollard a very sedate 14 from 22 balls. And we've been building him up for a gigantic crescendo.
Yeah, what I look at is not only the score, but what is a process that has taken him there. He's not played with a lot of intent. That's the issue I have. I just think, going back to Wahab Riaz as well, some bowlers get into rhythm, Ramis, and you know all about rhythm as a batsman. Some guys can just turn up and be fluent and be able to stride nicely. Wahab Riaz looks like a guy Waqar Younis will know better than most, who struggles generally with his rhythm from maybe week to week and has to work harder at that. I hope it's not a mental approach, because that should be easy to change and adopt.
got to go down with guns blazing. And you're not getting that feeling from Pollard. Maybe he's waiting for the right ball to hit it out of the ground. I'm not too sure, but so far he's been soporific.
Viewers are scattering for their thesaurus. Soporific. It's got to be the word of the tour. Cameramen are clapping.
Word that you normally don't obviously associate with Pollard. He doesn't normally put people to sleep. 110 sixes in ODI cricket. We're talking about a guy whose half hit can carry the ball over the fence. .264 for 6.
He'll run away for 4. First boundary for Kieron Pollard.
He was out for a little while, Hassan Ali. Had a bout of cramps, he's back in, and this one just got away from him. Not happy, Mohammad Amir, because he's putting in a big effort here. All the fast bowlers have done that, so they need a bit of help from the fielders.
I think what you want to see in the next match, I think Pakistan have every incentive in every one-day game they play from now until 30th of September 2017. Even if the series is already won, to come out and play hard. What I want to see from the West Indies next game is there was a level of intensity with which they ran for a period at the start. Just come out with that same intensity next game. Whether they bat first or whether they're chasing a smaller total, that is the way one-day cricket largely needs to be played across a bigger patch of play.
A lot at stake for Pakistan, and obviously they seem to be having a focus, a perspective of things. We did that during the '92 tour to England, Bish, where we felt we had a very good chance of winning the Tetley Bitter challenge of winning 13 matches out of 15 to win a jackpot of £50,000. But that motivation was for something different, for financial reasons. So we used to play our best team every time, and we won that challenge.
I'm sure Tetley will be proud. Get a mention. It's been a nice little run for Pakistan. 2 games in England at the back end, 3 T20s and 2 ODIs now. 271 for 6.
शर्मा जल्दी डाले बेटा शाबाश सोच के हैं कितने चाहिए 29 शाजम भाई ये अगर इसके हैमस्ट्रिंग वाले काउंट होता इधर आजा इमाद सोच के
Third ODI will be on October 5th in Abu Dhabi, another day-nighter. The 3 T20s cleaned up by Pakistan, and then we have 3 test matches. And so much incentive right through this tour for Pakistan to do well.
इमाद
That is the one area where Pakistan have been dismal tonight, is the catching. Not the ground fielding, the catching. That's about number 4 or 5 to go down.
Yeah, and the good ones have dropped them. And Nawaz, one of the better fieldsmen, running in and just not been able to hang on to it.
ये इमाद
I think good teams don't tense up, and I think today a bit of pressure was put by West Indies, and they've grasped a few Pakistani fielders. Right then, here's another chance, and it's the experienced, dare I say, veteran Shoaib Malik, who made it look extremely easy in the end. Nice pair of hands, and at long last, one is taken in the deep. It's Pollard who's gone. An indifferent kind of innings from Pollard. Shoaib Malik nicely underneath that one. So gone after scoring 22 from 29. 273 for 7.
Sunil Narayan comes in with 9 legal deliveries left in the innings. 65 to get. All over some time ago. But I like how the bowlers responded under the pressure. The catching may have been faulty from Pakistan, but I really do like the way some of the bowlers have responded. Wahab Riaz, Mohammad Amir, Hassan Ali, though he was a little bit expensive tonight. Proper technique. Shoaib, he batted so beautifully tonight and bowled some crucial overs.
Try to reverse cup it. I think some of these fielders just need to keep it simple. Just hoping that there'll be a bit of a push from Pollard and company. We didn't see that push. Hardly ever see him miscue a shot like this, but he did, and Malik took the catch.
.274 for 7. Last over of the game, and just a reminder of how things have gone so far with 64 required. It's all dead and gone. Mohammad Nawaz. It's been a good surface as well, Ramiz. I think I mentioned it earlier in that the ball hasn't gripped as much as it probably did on Friday. I just want to compliment the groundsman on the left of screen there again. Mohammed Jamil. Well done, sir.
So it's going to be another solid win for Pakistan. Had to win every game against the Windies, and so far so good. Haven't played yet. Omar Akmal been sidelined. Sixth drop of the innings. It was clearly a tough one, but it will be a drop catch. Excellent effort. Just been a very smooth performance from Mickey and his men. They found a good one in Babar Azam. Back-to-back hundreds in these conditions is a big effort from this young player, and well, he's a special talent for sure.
Game, set and match. Azhar Ali, though he hasn't had a great time with the bat, will be very happy that Pakistan win by 59 runs and win this series. They have an unassailable 2-0 lead in this 3-match series, and they've played some good cricket to get there. You can see what it means to these players. You can all talk about the West Indies maybe not on top of their game, but you can only play against what is put in front of you, and Pakistan have done their job well enough to this point. Mickey Arthur will have scribbled in his notebook with the fielding coach about the catches dropped, but the batting of Babar Azam, outstanding again. 200s in 2 matches. The bowling of Wahab Riaz and Mohammad Amir. Shoaib Malik's contribution with bat and ball and catching. It's been very good. For Pakistan fans, I would think this is heartening. The run of consistency from the last ODI in England through the T20, then the 3 T20s here against the West Indies, and these 2 ODIs is a good run of professionalism. They've long wanted this Pakistan consistency, and they're climbing the steps. Not the finished product, but Azhar Ali and Mickey Arthur, Sarfraz Ahmed will know that for now they're on the right path. Better with the bat tonight, West Indies, but still much work to do, more togetherness needed. It's Pakistan's first ODI series win in the UAE in almost 3 years.